I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party and Technology Thursday. I'm David Sponheim, and we are going to be looking at the possibility that justice needs to be served in Minneapolis. That's front row center. Yeah, we're looking at it. We're going to take a big look at that right now. But first, I want to say thank you for putting up with a lot of our problems we're having at various chat rooms. We've got censorship going on all over the place. Somebody tweeted yesterday that Joe Biden only has 3 million followers on Twitter and Donald Trump has 60 million. Do something about that. I tweeted the guy back. I said, what about me? I've had the same number of followers for 9 years now after doing 30,000 hours of broadcasting. I mean, help me out, buddy. I mean, if anybody's a victim of censorship, you're looking at him. And I've been trying to get people to figure out a way around that. Now, before we get into the Minneapolis situation, I want to show you a tweet that I left Donald Trump before he set up his plan to basically make it a little tougher for media organizations, social networks to say things without worrying about legal ramifications. I mean, social networks have been trying to get away with all kinds of things. Even if they post pedophilia stuff, they're not even prosecuted. And now Donald Trump is going to make that tougher, but he didn't go far enough. And I tried to get this to him before he made the decision, but this really is the best plan. I wrote, if @RealDonaldTrump wants to stop Twitter fact check, he simply has to reinstate the fairness doctrine. He will have the power to shut down networks that are censoring people and not serving the public interest. And I made it, even added QAnon to this, just so they'd see it. And I know he tracks QAnon, so I thought that might be a way of getting it to him. But the death of the fairness doctrine has been well documented for years, blocking my face for one. Yeah, this is an article I left. It's in the swampland at Time Magazine. It's stuff that just doesn't pop up much, but it's still there. And many people don't realize that the fairness doctrine was designed to get people accountability from our broadcasters. And as you know, the FCC is now in charge of the internet networks as a utility. They control all utilities on the internet here in America. So the FCC could easily implement the Fairness Doctrine, and it wouldn't even be much of a rework. We could just simply reinstate it. The written text is already there. So this is all he had to do, and this would have given him sweeping power. Instead, he has just a slap on the wrist thing with Twitter. I really believe Trump has a point. I've been a victim of censorship for years, and I believe that they're using that position to create their viewpoint. And frankly, Twitter doesn't have the right to say everything is fact this, fact that, and whatever Nancy Pelosi says is fact and fiction is not fact and fiction. The point is, we don't know how much ballot voter fraud has happened over the years through the mail-in ballot. We really do need to look at that, because there's a lot of cases of mail-in ballot fraud. Seriously. Although it's 85% of the people vote with a ballot and have in the past elections, both Republican and Democrat and independent, it's still one of those issues we really need to look at. So, I mean, I'm not saying Trump isn't, pursuing a good track. I say do it with more vigor. Really hit him hard. Don't hit him with just that. But anyway, we'll know more about whether the legal Defense Department of any one social network will come to their aid and shut down whatever Trump just wrote into law, because he can't write laws. Ron Helton found me by accident browsing through DLive streams. Yeah. The browser that we use over at CoolRock is Dissenter.com. That works very well for CoolRock.com. You got to get past the barrier that, yes, it is not secure socket layer enhanced. We're not doing e-commerce there, so it's not a big deal. Are you serious? Wow. They need a news story to divert everybody. Yeah, well, we got news stories flying all over the place. Okay, let's go to the Minneapolis police story. Apparently, this guy has done this before. The guy who choked George Floyd to death. And George Floyd seemed like a pretty affable guy. I was like, what the hell, man? I didn't see him as a violent person in the photographs I saw of him. He has no record that we know of, does he? Minneapolis police officer who knelt on George Floyd's neck had 18 previous complaints against him, the police department says. This is exactly why we need sensitivity training and a routing of all our police departments of these scumbags that beat people up. Anyone with more than 3 complaints, I think, should be put in front of a grand jury and examined for police brutality, and then decide whether we're going to pursue charges against these people. Seriously. Mayor Jacob Frey makes emotional call for peace after violent protests over George Floyd's death. But like I said, a lot of the protests yesterday were from the George Soros Antifa crowd. Well, the best thing we can get right now is that cop charged with the murder of George Floyd. That should appease the crowd. And let the jury sort it out. I mean, frankly, if we have to push this off for a couple months and get a quick jury trial, so be it. If he wants to take a judge's decision, so be it too. Either way, we definitely have to put an end to this ridiculous flare-up of violence when you know it's being contrived. Yeah, exactly. Zenetril was violated by her pastor. Went to church and was violated by him. And now you perverts are all thinking this is a joke, and you're like joking about what has happened to her. She was literally violated by her pastor. It's not unusual. It's not unusual to go to Pastor Bob and wonder what's it all about, Pastor Bob? And then, well, God wants me to appreciate your beauty. And we love the fact that you have such lovely hair. You know, you can only imagine how perverted some of these pastors can be. I heard that pastors have a serious porn addiction. I was hearing something about that on the Trinity Broadcasting Network. They were talking about it. Yeah. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Stung by Twitter. Trump signs executive order to weaken social media companies. Yeah. Whoop-de-doo. Yeah, nothing really will amount to this. It's not like I was suggesting. The Fairness Doctrine really would implement a big plan to make sure the networks are serving the public interest and not censoring people. You can still do it, Donald. Take my tweet seriously and move forward on this. Move aggressively. Yeah, there you go. Misanthropy's got the line. Misanthropy, you're kind of an atheist, so you can say this stuff without feeling that God will strike you dead. So yeah, go ahead, feel free. You also got freedom of speech. Blasphemer. Yeah, sure, feel free to say whatever's on your mind. Heretic. It's an executive order. One federal judge can destroy it in a second. Exactly. And here, the FSB is piping in on this, being he knows more about our government than we do. As a Russian agent, you must have studied our government very closely before you took it over and controlled Donald Trump. I will say this, you guys study everything before you start dominating the world. Okay, the Dow Jones is down minus 147 points to 25,400. Yeah, let me get a better picture of that. So something happened right around the end of the trading cycle today. And, oh, that's right. Donald Trump said he was coming out with some executive order about Twitter. So the stocks plummeted. Okay. It was more like an up day. We're looking at gains up in this area around noon. And right after lunchtime, and everyone settled down and realized, oh no, we're screwed. No, maybe not. Maybe not. No, we're really screwed. The stock market is so fickle, it's funny. Wait till they find out that Donald Trump supports forced vaccinations. All you Republicans are going to freak. Oh, I know. He hasn't come out hard against Bill Gates, that's for sure. That would have been great if he had, but I'm the only candidate saying no forced vaccinations for anybody, or no forced testing either. This obsession with COVID testing, the whole population the Democrats have, is rather insane. It's like OCD to the max. Obsessive compulsive disorder, for those of you who don't know what that means. My cat has OCD. We called her OCD Kitty because she used to actually walk up and touch anything that was on the floor, any anomaly. She'd tap it, and it's like a little speck of dust, and she like goes up to it and is like, OCD Kitty. Yeah. So her cat box has to be impeccable before she goes to the bathroom. And then putting the mask on her during that period is very, very difficult, now that she's COVID friendly. Can you imagine masking your cat? This whole mask obsession, and we found out categorically that masks don't work. Yeah. We have a full article on it. It's called a PDF. Yeah, if you really want to read about this, it's a review of science relevant to COVID-19 social policy. It's from ResearchGate. I found it while searching my internet. Yeah, check it out. It's very comprehensive. If you really want to know, do masks work? No, they don't. And every expert out there has said, no, masks don't work. They won't hold back the tide of viruses that'll be coming through your face, if indeed you've got a dangerous virus. But according to a top expert, Dolores Cahill of Ireland, she said that this virus has not been known to pass from person to person through the air. Anybody claiming it does is full of crap, basically. Hey, is video down? You got to tell me, is video down? Okay, D Live is up, but Vaughn Live is down. Okay. iBlog is okay, but Vaughn's having problems. Vaughn's censoring me pretty hard. They don't want anyone to find out that you don't need a mask. All right. Let me take emergency action against that. It takes a while to navigate. It used to be a lot easier. Wow. You need to tell me that. How would I know? Yeah, there's a lot of ways around it. One of the ways is to get a new ingest server. Let me do that. We'll be right there. Yeah, a lot of times this happens when somebody DDoSes one particular ingest server, and then that it doesn't work. So this should correct the problem. All right. Hey, Insane Canadian, you got something? Hey, how are you? Okay, refresh everyone. We're back. Okay, good. Thank you. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo gave an update.
A young guy who was in Florida.
He just keeps talking like he thinks this is going to give him a chance to run for the Democratic nomination for president. It's kind of funny. Yeah. All right, so a Michigan cop's under fire for punching woman several times on video. Yeah. Another one. Yeah, we saw this last night. VidMax had it. You know, yesterday, Cuomo he's been basically saying some things have happened that, in my opinion, on Twitter, in fact, I said, I can't believe this hasn't been #1 on the mainstream media, but it should be #1 trending. But Cuomo said New York followed federal guidelines when sending coronavirus patients to nursing homes. That means that he purposely infected the nursing homes because the federal government told him to do that. Yeah. So this is a very serious story, and I don't know how our government's ignoring it and how the media is ignoring it right now. They literally contaminated and killed over 4,500 people in New York alone with this policy. Ohio, a similar situation. Illinois, same thing. Now what is he saying?
Partying. And he's on the video and he says, yes, coronavirus, young guys don't get it, only old people get it. I'm not going to let it stop me from partying. I'm going to go when they were partying down on the Florida beach.
And now he's dead.
Yeah, check the story out. And now they're laughing about how he died. This guy needs to be prosecuted, seriously. And the federal government needs to be prosecuted. Check that story out. He only killed 4,500 nursing crisis actors? No, firm fat pig. People really have died. Eldersides happened. Firm fat wig. Yeah. Yeah, well, they haven't tried my mods yet. Don't give them any ideas. They're saying undercover cops started the CIA started the fires at the riots? Really? Stebo says that undercover cops were at the riots starting, and that goes with the Antifa thing too. Because remember, the government is working for the New World Order and they want to create the crisis. Let's listen to what VidMax has. Thank you, Insane Canadian. This woman in Michigan was just gathering about another false shooting, or another shooting that occurred. And she was just trying to, stay at the scene, and the cops hunted her down and beat her up. Watch this. It's terrible.
Don't touch her. Don't fucking touch her. Don't touch her.
Oh, shit.
Oh my God. Oh, and then he body slams her. Man.
He was straight hitting her in her shit.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's still going on.
Oh my God.
The fuck was he hitting her like that for? Punching her in her face.
Unbelievable. God, this is. Well, it was in Ypsilanti, TWP Township, Michigan. A video of a white Washtenaw County Sheriff deputy appears to punch a black woman in the head multiple times during an arrest early Tuesday has sparked outrage and an internal police investigation. Deputies ordered Shatiana Grady and her husband, Dan Grady, to leave the scene of a potential shooting in the Apple Ridge neighborhood of Ypsilanti Township around midnight on May 26, said that the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office. When officers tried to physically remove the two from the scene, they resisted, and a deputy punched her in the head before taking both into custody. The two are lodged at the Washtenaw County Jail and have yet to be arraigned. They need to be released, and that cop needs to be arrested. What the hell? See what I mean? No leadership from Donald Trump. Not even a phone call. Hello, this is Donald. I want you to know that I don't approve of this behavior. I've got my Twitter account live right now where I'm tweeting about it. If you continue doing this, it'll be very bad for you. Very, very bad. You have more fireworks? Okay, this is live, or this is photographs from the Minneapolis fire last night. Body cam shows a 90-year-old grandmother gets between an armed cop and a grandson they pulled over. Are you serious? Okay, that's different. We'll get to that in just a bit. Whew. I thought that was the fire last night. We saw the whole neighborhood in Minneapolis light up like a Christmas tree, which is on fire. Okay, we're going to go that now. Thank you for coming and visiting me, Amber. Yeah. She comes by and says, hello, how are you? She hangs out with me in the room ever since the full show. That's the shut-in show. She finally found a space to like spend all her time. Okay, that's a sidetrack. I don't need to go there. Yeah, don't get excited about the White House social media censorship executive order. It had no teeth like what I recommended, reinstating the Fairness Doctrine. That would have had some teeth. Oh, yeah. You know, George, be nicer to... I'm going to mute you. You can't... Don't... Zenatril has been violated by her pastor, and you're coming out there like she's asking for it. That's so wrong. Yeah, you got to mute on that, George. Let her at least talk about her suffering without having to be ridiculed. Police in Texas released a dramatic body cam video that shows a 90-year-old grandmother intervening when officers attempted to arrest a man accused of running a stop sign. You couldn't see the chat room? I don't know, Joe. There's a lot of censorship going on here. The Midland Police Department said that the incident started with Ty Anders, 21, failed to make a complete stop at an intersection on May 16th, continued driving until he reached his grandma's house. Police said an officer followed Anders to the residence and directed him to exit the vehicle, but he did not immediately comply, so the officer called her back for backup. Anders was eventually arrested and charged with evading arrest for running a stop sign, a third-degree felony. He has since been released on bond. This is crazy. Cops gone wild is what this is.
Step out of the vehicle, man. $26, $22, $78.
Exit the vehicle with your hands up. You are not
Hey,
free to go.
hey, come here. Okay, I don't care. We're on a traffic stop. Y'all get back right now. Get back. Go away. Step back, dude. Come back here. Just walk back. You're not...
Why you stop me? Why you stop me?
Okay, walk back. Walk back. Get back. Show us your hands right now. Show us. Listen. Listen. Okay. You ran a stop sign. You ran a stop sign. Chill out, bro. Chill out. Chill out. Weston, is there anyone else in the vehicle that you can see? The Charger? Okay. Watch the vehicle.
I got hands. Granny. I just want my granny. I don't want
back up.
Just my granny.
Back up.
Please.
Back up.
Okay, please don't touch her. Y'all, she is 90 years old. Please.
Hey, everyone, back up right now. Back up.
Wait a second. Did the 90-year-old get tased? Did they just tase the 90-year-old?
Weston, is there anyone else in the vehicle that you can see?
Oh my God.
The Charger?
They punched her?
Okay. Watch the vehicle.
I got hands. Granny.
Granny.
I just want my granny. I don't want
back up.
Just my granny.
Back up.
Please.
Back up.
Okay, please don't touch her. Y'all, she is 90 years old. Please.
Hey, everyone, back up right now. Back up. We're trying to get him.
Unbelievable.
Back up right now.
Oh my God.
Okay. I'm gonna help her up. That way we can get her up, okay?
Well, help me then. Do something. You just fucking sitting there, bro.
Why am I getting arrested for it?
You're under arrest.
Why did y'all get pulled over?
Move your feet. Put it
Why did I get pulled over? Why did I get pulled over?
I already told you ran that stop sign on
I
people.
didn't run no stop sign! I did not run no stop sign! I didn't get no video! I did not run no stop sign! 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 I did not run no stop sign!
All the backup in the world, and he still has his gun drawn, pointing at these unarmed people, including a 90-year-old woman who he just knocked over. Did they tase the old woman, or was that just her dropping over, falling over her grandson? This is absolutely crazy. We need leadership to stop this moronic police behavior. We need every one of these cops to be retrained. Anybody bad, like the one that killed George Floyd, needs to be pulled from the force. He was in Deadenham. George Floyd died in Deadenham. You got another one for me? Well, let me finish this one. Hang on.
Let go. We're going.
I didn't run no stop sign! I did not run no stop sign! I didn't get no video! I did not run no stop sign! 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 I'm not.
They're trying to collapse this guy's neck too. Look at this beefy bitch. That's what you called her, George. I'm just repeating what you wrote in the chat. Look at this beefy bitch. Hang on.
I run no stop sign! I not run no stop sign! I not run no stop sign! I not run no stop sign! Why you saying I ran a stop sign? Why you saying I ran a stop sign, bro? Why you saying I ran a stop sign?
You know, this is not unusual when you have a guy living a normal life, and he just happens to be a black guy that they're harassing. He didn't run a stop sign. Yeah, we need to have cameras everywhere that prove these cops are lying, but that doesn't seem to make any difference, Ron. We've got cams of them doing horrible things like planting drugs on them, and they're still in the force. Or I should say the farce. The police farce. Yeah, where's the camera footage of the stop sign infraction exactly? If this guy gets charges for resisting arrest, this is crazy. His grandmother would be charged as well, because she came out and said, "Don't do that to my grandson." I felt so bad for these people. We need to get a person in the White House who cares. I'm one of those people that care. I really would be addressing this issue head on. Trump is hiding in the White House going, "Oh, you know, I waited 3 months to go golfing. I think I should go golfing again. Maybe tomorrow. Would you like to go golfing, Melania?" Of course you don't. You just like to do your hair. Of course, sir, there's something going on in Minneapolis. They're burning down the streets. "Oh, well, tell them that the National Guard's coming. They'll be there shortly." Mr. President, this is a serious situation. This could evolve into martial law. Okay, well, that's what George Soros said was going to happen. I talked to him last night. He said he was going to send Antifa people into the local area and implant the protesters so that they would burn the streets down. So everything's going as planned. Man, the guy was yelling at the cop, but he did not do it, man. He should have remained calm. You're right. But let's not talk about this right now. Let's think of happy thoughts. We got more violence coming up later. Okay, well, you seem to like violent stuff, so I'll look at that later. Drag King, you're on notice. You thought you'd slip that one by me. We don't allow that in here. Okay, I'll look at that in a little bit later, that live leak. Okay, Sarah's going to come in. We're processing a little bit of information here. I got a few things on false flag rioter. I don't know. Some guy came in. Yeah, they spotted some guys in the Minneapolis area that were dressed very strange, and the local people hunted them down. Check it out.
Somebody hold my blunt. Hey!
They're following him. He doesn't look like he belongs there.
Guy just came with a hammer and smashed the windows.
So this guy wearing a black umbrella
and a
black mask was caught on camera. They have pictures of him here. These acts were instigated by 6 white agent provocateurs, folks, that started a lot of the physical violence yesterday. So we know now that somebody made a phone call. We think it's George Soros, and these guys came in and they literally created mayhem in Minneapolis. Seriously. There he is, the camera. You can see his mask right there. Let me show it to you. The guy wearing the mask. Yeah, some white guy came in with an umbrella. You know, the presence of his umbrella is weird. It's like,
so that's to. Did you hear the helicopter?
It's for the helicopter to identify.
So that the helicopter can identify him.
So the helicopter knew where he was in this video. Now watch the video.
I'm gonna fight you right now. You wanna go? What's up? Somebody hold my blunt. Hey! Somebody hold my blunt. I'm gonna get you up. Hey! Are you a fucking cop? What's up?
They're hunting him down.
These are just protesters on the ground that are holding this.
Yeah, they're just protesters that are just, innocently protesting.
And this is the provocateur.
Yeah, the provocateur with the umbrella to hide his identity. He's an agent provocateur. Okay, now it's repeating. So they tracked this guy to the area, and he started the fires, or was doing
breaking windows, it says.
Breaking windows. He was breaking windows, yeah. So this is the deal, folks. The people that are trying to create more violence in America are willing to fund protesters like we knew George Soros did during Ferguson and Baltimore. And now there's talk on the street that Soros is funding Antifa members that came into Minneapolis to try to create more of a problem. You see, divided we fall, united we stand, right? Well, here I am in the middle of the political spectrum, trying to unite the country. And these Asian provocateurs are trying to create havoc and racial tension in cities like Minneapolis. I'm censored, and they get full coverage. The Asian provocateurs, are gonna create a crisis, as opposed to a guy trying to unite the country. That's not even getting coverage. Okay, I'm gonna let Sarah take over. You guys can have some fun.
If you have Mad Dog on ignore, press 1. That way he knows who's ignoring him. Oh wait, that's like the whole point, right? Like, obviously I'm not ignoring you. I was able to read that for everybody else, Mad Dog. Haha. Okay. They should have tried to get his mask out, but he had one of those full on, not just an N95, but a painter's mask, and like, I don't know what that level is.
Okay, here is the pizzaettes. There they are. I'm going to have one of them. They're pretty affordable to make, and you can keep the ingredients in the refrigerator. English muffins with cheese and tomato sauce.
Nice. English muffins, cheese, tomato sauce, pizzettes, he's calling them. Oh, that's crazy, Final Dream. A Cadillac pawn shop owner shoots a looter, so now he's going to be prosecuted for murder? Well, innocent until proven guilty, I guess. No cabbage on it. Because he's David, he puts a lid on everything. Yes. Oh, David wrote in there, to preserve freshness. That wasn't me typing. Yeah, I could toast him a little bit. That's true. Yeah, that's a good idea, right? Scissor fight. I think I got rid of some umbrellas, but now I'll have to go get an umbrella just to bring it to my next protest. Not that I'm ever going to a protest. I do not have any fresh basil. No, those don't sound yummy, Zenetrell. Okay. But that was interesting that he was using that umbrella to divert the police off the helicopters. I don't know. Well, where he lives, my goodness, my family lives like on the East Coast north of Mad Dog. Mad Dog lives south there, so man, they can grow so much stuff. I think though David was not referring to what you wrote in the chat. David was referring to looking at his own pizzette things. That's why he typed yummy. See, he just typed, I did not mean that. That was taken out of context. I should see, you have got tomatoes is huge tomatoes, small tomatoes. I'm glad you have tomatoes. Oh, old Reddit conspiracy. I was at the protest in Minneapolis and I saw a city burn. That's not all. We watched a lone man in all black walk past us and other people too. We all looked at each other like, you seeing this? The man was in all black and he had gloves on just walking by himself. Almost everyone at the protest was in a group of people. Nobody went alone. But this one guy was just walking calmly, walking past all of us, back to his car, we assume. He and his girlfriend finally got home at midnight. She watched a Snapchat story of people filming the exact same thing they saw. A man in all black walking back to his car, and people crowded around him asking, "Are you a cop or not?" And he wasn't even batting an eye at them. Much like his encounter, the police have baited the community to start burning the city to the ground and looting and destroying everything.
Yeah, that's the Reddit thing.
They just woke up. Minneapolis is no more. It's afternoon now. They got to my town of St. Paul and are right down the street. If you're in Minnesota, please come support the protests, the riots, whatever's happening. Don't just be sitting at home. Come actually help make a few things right. How is going and joining? Never mind. How is that going to help to join a protest? Ron has tomatoes that are doing flowers now. They're flowering out. That story was from before the photos and video were posted. Wow. Oh, I love fresh basil. I love pesto, and you can totally make your pesto from fresh basil. Yeah. How did liberals go from "we need to social distance or we'll all die" to "let's all go protest"? We've gotten into phase 2. It's protest time. I don't know how they did that. How they went from one extreme to the other. Sometimes I do see people on both sides doing that. So that's the city burning. Man. Come out and do something about it, like put out the fires. Maybe that's what they mean by come out and help do something about it. Wow. They are. They're advocating huge violence. They're saying shoot white people. Man, that's so crazy. Yeah, but I wonder if that's like a white woman saying that. Could be. Could easily be. It could easily be, white people wanting to create a race war. I don't know. Could be anybody wanting to start some kind of race war. You think the protesters are thinking, it's safe here. The fire is killing the virus. Ah, your tomato plants. Thank you. Wow. Man, things grow so well down there. So did Mike actually change his name to that for sheriff, or was he that way? Like, poor Mike. People have taken that, his name and totally used it as a troll name. Zenetrel's growing a Mexican tomato plants. Yeah, I think you're right, George. He did not even use Michael. I know. I guess he's never been in an online chat troll show. And he's like, "Hi, Sarah. My name is Mike." And I'm like, sure it is. Poor Mr. Hunt. I think the odds are, I would say slim, but you know what? Maybe not. Maybe they are. Like, it's a one diversion, another diversion. Or another, I don't know if diversion's the right word, but something to keep us preoccupied. Don't worry, Xenitrell. He's just talking to himself. Yeah, I'll go 50-50. Okay, your basil. Yeah, oh my gosh. That's a huge basil. That's awesome. Very cool. They're nice planters. You got all of them in planters, and I like all your stakes for your tomatoes. Great job. I was thinking of what should I be planting right now, but then I'm going to be busy with school for the next 3 weeks. So I'm just going to focus on that. Your basil is beautiful. It looks like I could take the whole thing and make it into a nice pesto sauce. Well, you know, it's funny that you say that too, though, Misanthropy. There's a lot of, you're talking about, you say libtards. There's a lot of people, you're right, in Minneapolis, it's probably liberals that are protesting. In our state, there's huge protests by all these conservatives. Wow. Well, they're the ones putting their lives out there. Oh. Yeah, we can... I'm on board with that, Tiggin. I've never seen a Porky's movie. I've never seen one of those. Porky's? What? Yeah. I don't know if Xenitrell, if that will happen or not. You can think it might happen, but maybe not, because they're probably anything, it'll be all busted up. Okay, Mad Dog, you do realize David's watching in the other room. You're likely to get banned with what you're saying. The police department does say that the Minneapolis police officer who knelt on his neck had 18 previous complaints against him. 18. And they didn't fire him. Ron, 18 previous complaints. That makes his union reps and his bosses liable for charges as well. Good point, Ron. Yeah. I agree, Mad Dog. Yeah. So Trump signed an executive order trying to weaken social media companies. Yep, it is a huge issue, police brutality. Legal experts have said that they're doubtful that Trump's executive order will have any practical effect on the tech giants. Legal observers describe this as political theater. The order does not change existing federal law. It will have no bearing on federal courts. Why doesn't Trump just stop tweeting? Jack Dorsey said it wasn't making Twitter some kind of arbiter of truth. They were just connecting the dots of conflicting statements and showing information in dispute so people can judge for themselves. More transparency is critical so folks can clearly see the why behind our actions. And then Mark Zuckerberg told Fox News early Wednesday that social media companies should stay out of the business of weighing in on what's true or not. But it's not saying what's true. It's just like, here's other evidence. Judge for yourself. Ron Helton says, I think Trump tweets to troll the left and make them lose their minds and lash out. It's working. And he likes to see the left and the right disintegrate because they both stink. Hello, Artie. Thank you. Oh man, Mad Dog, I'm sorry to hear that. Mad Dog said he knew a 90-year-old white man who was a World War II vet. The police came to his house at 4 a.m. looking for his son. He answered the door with a shotgun. So the police beat him unmercifully. Man. Yes, David also complains about censorship, but I would say if you don't like a certain thing, he doesn't have, if he thinks like shutting him down, the best way to shut down a private company is to not support them. Like with your content or with your money, but yeah. Oh, I kind of do remember that. Misanthropy says, remember when Misanthropy said Trump was saying chloroquine was good, hydrochloroquine, for treating the virus. By him saying hydrochloroquine is good, everyone else will say it's bad, even if it is good. Ron also has a friend who's ex-military. He always goes to the door armed. It makes the police nervous, but he's well within his right to defend himself. A Facebook person added that ending the liability shield for social media companies would make the sites, Facebook and Twitter, could make them responsible for what billions of users around the world say. That would penalize companies that choose to allow controversial speech and encourage platforms to censor anything that may offend anyone. If people can't just say what they want to say. So the White House order takes aim at a 1996 law passed by Congress that has often been at the center of political fights over regulating speech on social media platforms. Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. Thanks, Mad Dog. The law protects internet companies from being sued over content that appears on their platforms and allows for content moderation. The removal of posts is left up to the internal rules of companies like Twitter and Facebook, provided those decisions are made in good faith. Courts have repeatedly upheld the law in favor of technology companies, even when the statute was used to defend websites. Wow. In 2018, Congress amended the section Wow. I'm trying to get more sleep, and so hopefully I'm relaxing more. Those were the tomatoes when you first grew them? Wow. Now they're so much bigger. That's pretty cool. Nice tomato job. That's true. Liberals do not like Trump. You love an ice cream tonight. Okay, Vinny. And as David says, he believes that Trump has invested in a hydrochloroquine pharmacy or pharmaceutical company in France. I know what I need to invest in. What is that clear plastic called? Acrylic. I need to invest in an acrylic company. Start this at
Hey there,
3:25.
welcome back. Today I'm going to look at another very old exam. This one is an MIT entrance exam from 1860, and I'll go through the questions, but just at a glance at them here, you probably might recognize how to do most of them already if you do have a math education or a math background. We're just doing things like simplifying an expression, multiplying something out, reducing something to its simplest form.
That's really cool. Thanks, Dr. Meow. Oh, go all the way to 325.
We would write math questions today. So I understand what I'm being asked for in all of these questions. Part 1. You've got this expression and it's got a bunch of e's in it. Now, I was initially fooled into thinking that this was, you know, like e as in like 2.7 something something, but it's just a variable. They've said e is equal to 8. I don't know if that's the worst engineer's approximation for e ever, but it actually makes this question kind of simple. You just need to sub, you know, 8 into here. So we've got like 8 minus the square root of 8 plus 1, that's 9. 8 minus the cube root of 8, which is going to be 2, and then the square root of 4, that's going to be, let's just work some of these out, and I'll do them over here. 8.
Nice. She's that good. Yeah, I was looking at it and I'm like, yeah, it's just a substitution. If you know that you can put in a number for a variable. Someone gave Sarah math to distract her, exactly. Huh. Well, I'm also being distracted by looking up who are big makers of acrylic. Rubex International, maybe. Let me just look acrylic. Who's profiting from all the acrylic sheeting? Home Depot, maybe. E-Plastics. Tap Plastics. That's true. You asked me about 2 months ago about plastic acrylic. Dow Chemical. Yeah, I don't like Dow. Yeah. Oh, I totally missed it. But yeah, who is profiting from all the plastic? And not only at the checkout stands, but yeah, I guess I didn't really realize it until after you asked. But yeah, at all the checkout stands now, they're going to be putting them in all the schools as well. So Tap Plastics, E-Plastics, and it looks like Dow. At the front offices, like so people come in to register their kid or pick up their kid or get their kid for an appointment or bring their kid in late, they're going to be putting them in all those front office areas. And I have seen in other countries that they put them in the, they've been putting the acrylic in between, like say there's a table, they've been putting acrylic in front of desks. So it's, I feel like, oh, that's so bad, but it is I agree, it is pretty ridiculous. Yes, David's here.
Okay, I do a little something in there. Our stream is off on Vaughn. I got a little thing I do. Let's do it.
Oh, you want me to just
no,
turn it off?
No, you're good. Yeah. We're just going to reset that. Hang on. I just go right here. and I pick up one of these, and I go off of this. And I go up here, and then I paste that in there. Okay, it should get us up and running in just a second, and then they'll refresh. I'll be in just a bit, and tell them to refresh. It's almost ready for air conditioner.
There's China XD plastics, ILP plastics. A lot of them though are like I'll look at this one. Reiki Office Interiors is helping businesses get back on their feet by making sure their employees can get back to work safely. Their unique line of safe space personal protective equipment for the office has been so popular they've expanded to gyms, restaurants, bars, and countless other settings. They have protective shields, panels, panel extenders. So that's one person that's profiting, Reiki Office Interiors. And there, of course, it's a good stock name, I guess. ROI, return on investment. No. Maybe not. I don't know what that is. Well, that's a good one. Have the bot spam the channel if one of the video feeds goes down to let David know. That would be good. Oh, body cam footage was released. Hayward police shooting. Wow. Oh, R-I-E-K. wonder if they're yeah, they seem to be I don't know. They don't seem to be a publicly traded company. Safe Space Products. David was showing me this like tent I could wear. I forget what it was, but it was like $100, which was pretty interesting. I'm just gonna wait until fall to buy it. I walk alone. That's pretty cool, Final Dream. Yeah, it probably would get abused, but that's very cool. There's an auto odor and germ eliminator called Safe Space Company LLC. Oh, that's too bad, Final Dream. Sorry to hear that. Okay. Trump. Wow, running trivia, taking votes, everything at the same time. Wow.
Yeah, I noticed that they start out with 5 stars, all the movies on Netflix, and then they go to, 2 stars eventually. It's like you're watching a movie that's highly recommended, and then all of a sudden nobody recommends it. It's like, what? They default to 5 stars. So yeah, interesting. You had a project where you actually kept track of people voting on movies, and the bot basically took over the channel. Yeah. So you would do that, huh? What drink?
This is a clear room.
Oh, this is the new. Yeah, let's put this on the screen so everyone can see it. This is the new way of eating.
Okay, let me see. Going on the screen. It's like you've entered the cone.
The cone of silence. Put it on full screen. There you go. That'll work.
Muting.
Okay. So this is the new way of doing restaurants.
I don't know. I think I've missed it. I don't know. I think I.
There you go.
I know this isn't it. Here it is. And I can't. I don't know why it.
It's okay. It'll play. Okay, so this is the cone of silence eating environment. Wow. I noticed that they could get food scraps underneath the table. Yeah, it's not low enough. No. What if someone sneezes directly across at the other person's table? It's going to definitely pass over the germs of fear.
She's so scared.
Okay. I made you dinner. Ginger chicken with sweet potatoes and veggies. Enjoy.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome. Thanks, Sarah.
Missed it by that much. The Cone of Silence. Chief, 99 and I are going to meet in the Cone of Silence for lunch.
So, false flag rioter in Minneapolis, we spotted that on the way out, and we definitely are seeing paid insurrection. It's been going on since the 1960s. I met a guy who was at the free speech movement in Berkeley, and he said, yeah, there were FBI agents all over there, like trying to throw rocks and things, trying to stir it all up, you know, make it look violent. Mark Zuckerberg was hired by the CIA through his cousin, Edward Snowden. Well, I hate to tell you, but they're not cousins, they're brothers. Yeah. But you can go ahead and believe that they're cousins. Maybe they are cousins. We had a picture of all three of the grandsons of the Rockefellers together. And now the story is starting to add truth to it. Mark Zuckerberg was hired by the CIA through his cousin Edward Snowden to create a CIA database like MySpace and Google Plus in over 190 countries. Jeff Rothschild, VP of CIA, Facebook and CIA assets, suggested to Mark Zuckerberg that Edward Snowden, which is his CIA-invented alias, should pretend to leave to China, then Russia, in order to act as a second secret agent whistleblower like Julian Assange, right, who's also an anarcho-capitalist like Jeff Rothschild and Snowden. Their job is to pretend the world is free and that the heroes can still get their information to light. That is not the reality. The reality is that governments in over 190 countries working for the City of London, corporate interests, can now censor any story they want in the media by making it seem unpopular, uninteresting, or because people are all brainwashed, not being massively censored in order to be brainwashed. The idea is to keep people in a state of lethargy, while they are constantly being suggested by Nazi tyrants like Jeff Rothschild that if they really wanted to, they could find the truth. It's an amazing, deception that they've engaged in. And here's a picture of the Rockefeller brothers. Now, I run the risk of being pulled off the internet every time I put this out there. One of our shows last week was banned off of YouTube. Yeah, I'm not going to make a big deal about it, but I'm going to put the picture out there because I think everyone needs to know that the faces of these people match the Greenbergs, the grandsons of the Rockefellers. Edward Snowden is on the left. If he is a cousin, I wouldn't know, but he looks kind of like the brother of Mark Zuckerberg in some ways. There's Mark Greenberg and Jacob Greenberg, who runs the Tor server, where they pretend like you have anonymity. Yeah, isn't this a very deceptive little game they've got going, where they cover all angles of the media, and then they've got this belief that by giving us all the information we need, we're led to believe that we have choice. They've got this whole thing locked up. It's the Rockefeller way. While they claim they're helping you with a vaccine, they end up sticking you with a needle full of all kinds of dangerous stuff. That's what John D. Rockefeller did in 1918 when he killed 100 million people. Sad. It's in the history books. It's all for us to see, but they don't want to admit it. Pretty weird. It's disturbing too. Okay, this man right here is coronavirus race to open. We're getting the impression that Trump is really slow in opening the country. It's like, what is he waiting for? It's like his plan to force COVID test everybody isn't working fast enough. CDC admits coronavirus mortality ratio is similar to the 1957 and 58 flu, the pandemic where no lockdown was needed. So there you have it. Deception upon deception. The director, Dr. Redfield, admitted this week that the mortality rate for the COVID-19 virus is similar to the mortality rate of the 57-58 flu. Look at that. Okay, I'll give you the link to this if you want to check it out. It's from The Spectator. No, Trump isn't doing enough for me. No, I asked Trump this today. I tweeted Trump that he's got to reissue the fairness doctrine. What he did was nothing. I've been the one censored. I've been the one kept from the media for the past 12 years. Trump has got nothing but free press, and then they throw one little roadblock, some fact finder on his site, and he freaks out. And I've been completely censored for 12 years. So don't tell me Trump is helping me with this Band-Aid operation to stop censorship. Give me a break. Hi, Artie. Yeah, I mean, if these people had conducted one of the largest human experiments in human history on the unsuspecting residents of San Francisco in the summer of 1950, or the winter, they'll do it again. Yeah, they've already sprayed people without even telling them what they were going to do. This happened back in 1950 in San Francisco. They tested a biological weapon in a simulated germ warfare attack. And you probably didn't know that our government has authorized the Pacific and Atlantic seaboards to be used as weapons testing in the air. It's perfectly legal for them to dump chemtrails on our head based on the Navy test patterns that have been, cleared for takeoff. They are authorized to do this. Now, I wrote a letter in 2010 to a couple of congressmen, one in Oregon that was trying to fight it, and we actually stopped this plan to turn the Atlantic and the Western Pacific seaboard into a testing center for chemical weapons, radiological weapons, and biological weapons. But there is literally nothing preventing them from doing what they did in San Francisco in 1910, or 1950 rather, from doing it right now. So maybe they are dumping germs on our head. We don't know. But one fact may not be known about San Francisco's fog in 1950. The U.S. military conducted a test to see whether it could be used to help spread a biological weapon in a simulated germ warfare attack. This was just the start of many such tests around the country that would go on in secret for years. And the test was a success, as Rebecca Creston explains over at Discovery Magazine, and one of the largest human experiments in history. But as she writes, it's also one of the largest offenses of the Nuremberg Code since its inception. So if these people really are related to Rockefellers and they literally want to test the air that we breathe with chemicals and germs, and we've got a bigger problem than bisexual weapons, yeah, that you could ever imagine. Yeah, it's bigger than anyone could even imagine what's happening right now.
And in my view, it has never been a price worth paying for the not very impressive results that can be directly attributed to the lockdown.
Exactly. We're wasting our money, our time, our economy on a lockdown that is not going to in any way make it a statistical difference, and it hasn't. Sweden is doing better than Norway. Their numbers have gone down faster. Sweden stayed open the whole time. Their economy was rolling along. Yeah, so we are clearly being misled by a lot of bad leaders. Donald Trump making a big deal about one little teeny fact check on his site, turns it into a major deal, and then he issues forth an executive order that doesn't even do a thing. One federal judge will take that down in one single ruling. It won't even matter. Donald Trump has become more and more, I guess, impotent as opposed to important. He's shown that he can't do anything. He hasn't prosecuted the Clintons. He hasn't gone after even Joe Biden. Even Bill Barr said last week he's not going to use his office to politicize, after he himself politicized his office when he decided that Donald Trump should be exonerated from any charges regarding Russian collaboration. It's absurd. We're dealing with a puppet president, folks. Trump and all his cronies like William Barr are simply deep state players, sucking up to the deep state. I've got a clip from a woman who kind of went off on the QAnon movement because she's a QAnoner. Yeah. She's a QAnoner. take a look. Apparently I don't have it right at my hands, at my disposal. No. I thought I did, but I didn't. Here it is. Yeah, let's listen to this.
Before I begin narrating the following tripe, it's important for everyone listening to understand that it doesn't in any way align with my take on the state of the political circus that we've allowed ourselves to be subjected to. So don't think I've lost my mind. I'll make my views on this garbage abundantly and to some painfully clear in my narrator's note. You ready?
I'm ready.
Here we go. With every new revelation about what President Trump calls Obamagate, you see the curtain being torn down and revealing the corrupt players who are running America and attacking our republic. Former CIA officer Kevin Shipp, who wrote a book about the deep state called From the Company of Shadows, says that any hint that POTUS is a tool of the deep state is preposterous. Shipp explains, "This is absolutely ridiculous. Donald Trump has confronted the shadow government and deep state more than any other president in history, and that includes JFK. JFK did, of course, confront the deep state, and we saw what happened there. There has been no other president that has had the guts to expose the shadow government and the deep state like Donald Trump has. What has the deep state done? They've gone after him with a vengeance. Why would the deep state attack their own with attacks to try to destroy him and his family if he wasn't threatening to expose the deep state? No, he's not a deep state president. He's not perfect. We all know that. There are members of his cabinet that we are concerned about with connections to some of the central banks. We all know that, but Donald Trump is not deep state. He is splitting the deep state wide open. Look what DNI Rick Grenell just presented to the president. He authorized for the release of names of all the unmaskers. Trump is exposing the deep state, and personally, I'm proud of him because I've been waiting for this for 20 years.
Okay, now we go toward the end of her piece, and I'll play the whole thing in its entirety later.
He recommended governors shut down their states, and then he tears into them for implementing his recommendations.
Yep.
Constitutional rights are being obliterated across the board. He does squat about it.
Yeah.
He appoints a roll-up-your-sleever czar. Imagine that. This from a president, when he was a private citizen, who publicly spoke out against the roll-up-your-sleever industry and the harm that it's caused to millions. Number 9, last gasp, you say? Are you kidding me? It's not the last gasp of the Democratic Party. It's the last gasp for freedom-loving patriots. And at this rate, he may not even be voted in for a second term. The wall hasn't been built. 150, 200, even 500 miles of wall mean nothing when thousands of miles need securing. He never ended birthright citizenship, something that he can do instantly with the stroke of a pen. So, millions and millions more will be voting Democrat. Whatever conservative strongholds we may have had in 2016, they're turning blue.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about this Shipp guy. Maybe he's a tool. Maybe he's not playing with a full deck, but I'm calling crap on this.
Yeah.
He said he's been waiting 20 years for the swamp to be exposed. Look, even though I'm a girl, compared to this asshat, I consider myself to be the better man, so to speak. I want arrests and long prison terms. If I want exposure, I'll visit the local juice bar. And never forget, the following words came straight out of President Trump's mouth. Take the guns first, due process later. Think about that. This is Nancy Morgan-Hart.
That's Nancy Morgan-Hart. We'll play the entire piece in its entirety tonight. But you got to understand, a lot of QAnoners are starting to flip. They are. They don't know where to turn, but tell them we're here. We're standing up for your Bill of Rights, first and foremost, here in America's Third Party. We don't want to tax you into oblivion. We want to lower your taxes, but I do want to tax the rich. And I think Trump really blew it when he didn't even tax Jeff Bezos. I don't know who she is or what she's about, but I like what she was talking about toward the end of that. But you QAnoners will like the beginning of that, not the end, because she really is very frustrated, like you are, that Trump has not done anything real to stop the deep state. He just talks. He talks a good line, but he doesn't walk the walk. He talks the talk. So, yeah, a lot of disillusionment out there in political land, and I don't think they'll go to Joe Biden because Joe Biden appears to be a babbling idiot. I think we've got a great opportunity. She did sound a little frustrated. I think we got a great opportunity to build a united centrist movement in America that stands for your Bill of Rights, first and foremost. I think this is a rallying cry for the American people. When the government wants to step in and COVID test everybody and Donald's okay with that, that's just a slippery slope to force vaccinations. We don't want that. And I truly believe that if the people left alone will prosper, they really will. And I believe that there's no reason why I, as a candidate, wouldn't tell you I'm not going to force vaccinate you. But Trump can't seem to say those words, and neither can Joe Biden or Justin Amash or anybody out there who want to run as an alternative view. It's amazing how many people are trying to really kind of softly walk toward the leadership position without even taking a stand. It's amazing. We don't need these people who are wishy-washy on both sides of the political spectrum. We need a person who can stand solid in the middle and defend both sides. And I think that I am the person to do it. I really do. I don't know anybody who's been more in tune with what's going on around the world. I've talked to you about the dangers of the 5G network. Trump won't even bring that up. He won't tell you the potential problems of something that's not even fully safety tested, like the 5G network. He won't even talk about the potential for contaminants entering our water and our streams and our ocean that could leach back into our own society, killing people with cancer. Trump, as far as he's concerned, there is no environmental problem. He doesn't think there's any environmental problem at all. I'm not here to tell you that, oh, there's climate change happening and we've got to cap and trade everybody. Hell no. I'm the guy who's been against carbon point legislation from the beginning. It's a scam by the global world government to force everybody into thinking that they need to be taxed for their carbon production. Carbon is not changing the weather. No. In fact, there's no carbon mix out there that will do weather modification. This is mostly heavy metals being scattered across the sky to create weather modification. This reacts to radar, phased array radar. They can manipulate the weather using radar and heavy metals in the atmosphere, not carbon. You can't move carbon around with a radio frequency wave. But they're doing that. They're modifying the weather using Tesla's technology of over 100 years ago. Is Meta not here? Maybe he took the night off. You're allowed to take nights off, you know, anytime you want. Yeah, I saw the patrons using a plastic bubble to eat. Let's take a look. The plastic bubble industry is coming back to the cone of silence, the very same thing that Get Smart used back in the day. There you go, a giant plastic cone. Hello, welcome to my isolated world, where we can cohabitate. You want to talk about birthright citizenship? We can talk about that, yeah. You believe if one of your two parents is a citizen, you should just automatically become a citizen. Sure, if you want, we can talk about it, yeah. If we can get 67% to agree, we can talk about it. Could we get I don't know if we can get a consensus on that. We can try. Trump shares a video of a cowboy activist saying the only good Democrat is a dead Democrat. Are you serious? Wow. Well, Trump is skirting the edge of threatening murder. Like he did back in the 2016 election. He said if he went out in the street and killed somebody, his Trump followers are so loyal, they'll still vote for him. Donald Trump has approvingly promoted a video of a right-wing activist claiming that the only good Democrat is a dead Democrat. Wow. I'm not going to play this because it preaches violence against Democrats. Oh man, that's crazy. You can take any night you want off, man. Yeah, you don't have to be here every night. It's okay. I want you guys to have a normal life. I'm the one who's kind of screwed up. I'm the one who wants to make this show a success. I'm the one who forced myself into doing a nightly show for 12 years. It's all my responsibility. I am the one. It wasn't your responsibility. Here's a video of a guy who says he's just going to drive through a wall. Let's take a look. Rebooting. I'm sorry, I didn't mean a guy. I mean a woman. That's terrible. I hope she's okay. New security footage leads up to what happened to George Floyd? Okay. Let's take a look at the incident that happened. His car was pulled over. They go to the side of his car. They pulled him over. He gets out of the car. There's no audio here, so I have to, kind of like talk my way through it. It's from another store. Why couldn't we get security footage like this when the Trade Center was attacked? Or when the Pentagon was attacked? They didn't show anything. Just that missile that hit the Pentagon. It is so wrong. Let me fast forward a little bit here. Okay, they're pulling him out of the car. He's getting his stuff together. For some reason, he's on the passenger side. He gets out of the car. Or a passenger gets out of the car. He has passengers with him. 2 passengers. Oh my God. They're holding back the witnesses. Cop is repositioning his car. Huh. They're pulling him out. He's not resisting arrest. He's doing everything he's told to do. This is terrible. We're watching a man who just died because of cops harassing him. Look at this. Huh. Now Nashville COVID ID program is putting together a plan to tell every business how to open. Oh, how nice. So much for violating the 5th Amendment and the 4th Amendment. He seems to be completely compliant. I mean, this is insane. He's not going to bolt. He was completely compliant. He's currently handcuffed. Yeah, let's see when they handcuff him, see what happens. We don't have any audio here. Trump has no clue what liberty is or just doesn't care. You're right, Ron. Trump actually never read the Constitution. He was unable to read it. He said it was like a foreign language. He doesn't understand liberty. He never got that. That was in his 4th grade or 5th grade civics course. He didn't take that. He couldn't read, so how would he know what liberty is? He didn't look like he doesn't look like a runner to me. Yeah, he's very compliant. He's just listening to this cop tell him what to do. And the cop's yelling at him, berating him. He got pulled over for using a fake $20 bill. That doesn't come with a murder sentence. Yeah, you can't be killed for that. It's not a capital crime to use a forged document. 7 minutes kneeling on his neck. They never uncuff him. So they didn't even uncuff him. They just kneeled on his neck. Look at how harsh they are. They're hurting his arms. They're hurting his elbows. This is horrible. A $10 fake bill is why he died. He can't breathe, yeah. The fact that this is on tape, this is a slam dunk for manslaughter. If this cop doesn't get charged with manslaughter, then the entire city of Minneapolis may just go up in smoke. People are so pissed. Oh yeah. I'm not threatening, I'm just saying this is not going to go away until we see some charges. All right, so that's it. We saw him pulled over there, and then they proceeded to do some other bad things to him over there. Hey, Jenna Jameson has said, made a very important, Jenna Jameson has said, why do we have COVID tracers and not pedo tracers? Yeah. How come we can't trace the location of pedophiles in our neighborhood to protect children? Yeah, how come they're so concerned about pulling everybody in and getting us all COVID tested? It's a terrible takedown of our freedoms and our liberties, and it's a violation of the Nuremberg Code. Every single law that's being pushed right now is not being dealt with by the president. He's not saying that we have liberties. It's like he doesn't even know the Constitution, our president. What kind of charges are you saying for charges? Be manslaughter or murder in the third degree. It doesn't seem to be premeditated, but it does seem to be an act that was designed to kill this guy. The mayor's spoken up. Mayor Frey has spoken up and he said, we want to prosecute, but the prosecutor has to do it. Now, the fact that we're waiting a couple days for the prosecutor to decide to prosecute means that the mayor is not acting quick enough to fire the prosecutor. He needs to call the prosecutor and say, you're fired right now. Yeah, the cop did seem to enjoy what he's doing, and we find out he had 18 other incidences where they were doing that. Yeah, why are we quarantining the non-sick? The whole thing's upside down. The laws that Jay Inslee put into effect in his mind are completely in violation of the Nuremberg Code, and Jay Inslee could go to jail for these laws. He's actually putting himself out there as a criminal by telling people that they don't have any rights guaranteed to them in the Constitution. I don't know who got to him, but he's clearly doing the work of the evildoers that are trying to force inject the whole population with cancerous vaccines. Turns out Jay Inslee, a guy who used to be my legislator in my area, he actually got money from the big pharma industry to start his career as a suck-up Democrat. And when he finished his tour of being an idiot legislator who didn't even protect my rights, and I called him an asshole on the phone one day, he went on to go to the governorship because he got all kinds of money to run from the Big Pharma Institute. They literally have been grooming Jay Inslee for taking over our rights for the past 10 years. He was a former CDC liaison at the Department of Health here in Washington. That's where he started. Nobody's force vaccinating anybody in the United States, but not one presidential candidate is willing to say that they will not force vaccinate except for me. I'm the only one telling the people I will never force vaccinate or force COVID test you. Now that alone would lower the boom of serious anxiety in America right now because people are worried about that. Oh yeah, a lot of people don't want to be vaccinated because they know how harmful those things are injected in your blood that'll cause cancer. Plus, they want to put tracer elements called luciferase in the vaccines. Hello? They're pitching a COVID tracing program called HR 6666. Hello? I mean, they couldn't say with loud blaring whistles that they're Satanists and they're trying to kill off the population any louder. If they were saying they're Satanists and they want to kill off the population, you'd probably go, oh, okay, that makes sense. They're taking advantage of your sublime idiocy and your apathy right now. They're moving toward forced vaccinations. Oh, totally. The Democrats want it in cities like Chicago, where the mayor said that she wants to follow the New World Order of global governance. I mean, what kind of a freak is she? Well, I can tell you what kind of freak she is. I know just what kind of freak she is. Yeah, we've got a problem with Gates. He's already forced vaccinated people. He's bribed leaders, like the Nigerian leader said that he was offered $10 million to force vaccinate people in Nigeria, and they said no. They didn't want 10 million. Sorry, Gates. He went into the Indian government and forced vaccinated millions of kids, 500,000 of which are now fully paralyzed from a ridiculous 50 different polio vaccines they shot into every 5-year-old in India, creating massive paralysis in 500,000 of those children. No, the vaccine system is not in HR 666. This is the death of 1,000 cuts. This is a slow acquisition. It's one bill after another slowly pushing toward total control. This is like turning the heat up on a boiling frog, on a frog in water. That's what this is, the analogy I have to strike. Turning the heat on a frog till it dies. That's what this is. I don't need to digest HR 6666 because it's just the first step in this whole approach. And the fact that they want to force COVID testing, they want to force the tracing of this particular disease when it's not even a disease. It's not even clearly identifiable. Even the COVID tests are 80% inaccurate. Come on, people, you couldn't be that stupid. Well, apparently you are. They were pretty rough with me. I would say that I have a good lawsuit ahead against the SWAT team that came to my house. Yeah, I dislocated a shoulder partially when they pulled me up. I partially dislocated a shoulder. I was in pain for about, I'd say, 3 months after that swatting attack. I didn't talk about it in the show. Yeah, they pulled my shoulders way up here when they lifted my hands. And I've never done a bad thing in my life, and I was forced to lay down in the front of my house because of some BS swatting that occurred back in 2015. And they never even apologized to me. And they never filled out a police report, which I asked for specifically, and I have proof of it. So they're in total violation of my rights, and they'll be prosecuted because there's no statute of limitations on something like this when there's no police report. They wanted to cover the whole thing up. But we've got more than enough footage of everything, including my hidden cameras. USA, 350 million people, 100,000 deaths was shut down. Japan, 126 million people, only 850 deaths, no shutdown. Yeah, the thing is, herpes since 2003, the number of deaths in America is not 100,000. It's only 20,000 deaths from COVID-19. The 100,000 death total is actually inaccurate because the COVID test is 80% inaccurate. It's a simple mathematical deduction. It doesn't take a big leap of faith to say that 80% of those people that died are probably not of COVID. And we know that they added all kinds of statistics to the numbers, like people who had gotten car accidents ended up dying of COVID. People that had heart attacks during that time period ended up having COVID. I'm going to be suing later when I become president. I'm putting together some of my financials at the time. I'll be using some of my income to put together an attorney. I can't use the presidential attorney to sue. Only in presidential matters. So I'll have to have a private attorney do it, but I am going to set that up. We're going to sue the crap out of the local police department for what happened to me. I tried to get 3 civil rights attorneys to help me. I really did. But they wouldn't even return my emails or my phone calls. It's like they saw me as, taboo. No justice for you, guy. You're the white guy that impersonated Barack Obama in blackface. Yeah, we're going to treat you like you're not even a citizen, buddy. No, they didn't taser me. Had they done that, I definitely would have sued the crap out of them. But dislocating my shoulder, I'd have to prove that with medical forms. I don't have them. But I bet we can pull up some MRIs of my shoulder and it'll show tissue damage. So I'm pretty sure I can get them on that. Don't love it at all, no. I don't like the fact the government and medical system's scamming trillions again. We're down $6 trillion with this bull crap. Pelosi's trying to get another $3 trillion right now, like we need another stimulus. And Trump wants to ride on the fact that he gave you all $1,200 and you should vote for him again, after he ruined our economy with this. They said shut it down, so I shut it down. Minneapolis is burning. Well, they never did put the fire out. The tinders are burning. Yeah, and then Donald Trump signing ridiculous executive order, making it a little less, a little less protection for the software or for the social networks. But ironically, it's now going to make them more vulnerable to people suing Donald Trump and Twitter for what Donald Trump said. So Joe Scarborough says something. Donald Trump said, oh yeah, Joe Scarborough, he killed his intern, blah, blah, blah. Theoretically, Joe Scarborough has never been prosecuted. So in theory, Donald Trump could be sued by Joe Scarborough, or worse than that, the Twitter network could be sued by Joe Scarborough for what Donald Trump said. So he kind of painted himself into a corner. So now Donald Trump can't just run around making false accusations about people like he's been doing. Now he's going to put Twitter in the liability land when he makes statements to people that are injurious to their well-being or to their good name. But he says that they have unchecked power. This isn't the way to do it. I posted the way to do it. I wrote Donald Trump today, right before he filled this ridiculous, nonsensical order out, and I just said this. It's very simple. This is not a very complicated thing. If @real Donald Trump wants to stop Twitter fact check, he simply has to reinstate the fairness doctrine. He will have the power to shut down networks that are censoring people and not serving the public interest. I even alerted QAnon about this. See, the fairness doctrine has been gone a long time, but you can read about it right there on my tweet. The death of the fairness doctrine, it's been many years ago. They shut down the fairness doctrine. So basically networks like CNN, ABC, NBC, all these networks can pitch a story, not provide alternative views, and then get away with shunning every single alternative view. So for instance, classic point, Judy Mikovits, a woman who was purposely ruined, her whole life was ruined by Dr. Fauci because she found in her detailed research of many years that the samples of vaccines that were out there were tainted with dangerous human embryonic cells that had viruses in them, as well as AIDS in them. She found that the blood supply was 6% tainted with AIDS. I'm not kidding. Fauci grabbed her research one night with a false subpoena, broke into her house, took everything she had. But if we let her speak on the internet right now, our YouTube channel will be knocked off. Yet we're supposed to listen to Bill Gates, who doesn't have a degree, when she's got, many degrees and years of experience as a top epidemiologist or immunologist or microbiologist. I mean, this is unheard of. So the media is trying to mold the message about vaccines, saying they're perfectly safe. Everyone should know that. When in fact, there's all kinds of evidence that these vaccines are causing childhood retardation, autism, and irreparable damage to people's immune system. There's more than enough evidence of that. So we've got a real serious problem. Trump won't even talk about that evidence. Remember he mentioned about vaccines in the election? Hasn't said a word since then, other than to say that he feels the same way about vaccines as he does testing, which means he supports vaccines and forced vaccines because he supports forced testing by that logic. Trump cannot say the words no forced vaxes, and neither can Joe Biden, and that's why both of them will lose this election. The American people are not that stupid that they're going to walk right into the next president that's going to force vaccinate or force test them. Believe me, this word of mouth will spread like wildfire that America's third party is ready to go. You simply write my name in the upcoming ballots, except for Oklahoma, of course. But I would grab a pencil and still write or pen and still write my name in on that one too. Because I'm going to sue Oklahoma for not allowing write-in candidates. I'm going to sue any state that doesn't acknowledge my write-in votes. Because of the 14th Amendment, I have equal protection under the law, and they can't say one write-in candidate is more likely a write-in candidate than another one because they're not registered in that state. That's ridiculous. They can't trump our right to get the right person to the right job to fix this nation. They can't stop that. Now, Trump's concern about write-in ballots may or may not be valid. I don't think it is valid, and I think it's perfectly fine for Twitter to put a disclaimer and a fact check on there. So what Trump did today wouldn't even stop them from putting a disclaimer on his next tweet. So in other words, Trump is powerless. He can't even take what I gave him on a silver platter and run with it and just reinstate the fairness doctrine. The law is already written. He doesn't even have to put it in paper. He just has to ratify it into law. Execute the law. The fairness doctrine was laid out. Now, it was designed not to give equal time, mind you. The fairness doctrine only said that you have to allow opposite views. You can have the whole show dedicated to one idea. But without allowing Judy Mikovits to speak, instead letting Bill Gates run around saying he's going to force vaccinate the world with no degree in healthcare whatsoever, they're in violation of the fairness doctrine. YouTube is. And they're going to end up paying the price. I will reinstate the fairness doctrine when I become president. No question about it. I mean, I'm slated to do that. And we're also going to build a media verification alliance to make sure that this technology that we use, the social networks, are open to review and monitoring from a group of people, which would be a broad spectrum of our population. People that qualify to be in the media verification alliance will actually offer their bank accounts will have to be put to public trust. So say you're a retiree and you don't need a job, but you don't want to pay for your own travel expenses. And we put you in a 500-mile radius of an event. If there's a shooting in your area, we will ask you as a Media Verification Alliance member to go to that area with your car. We'll pay you 25 cents a mile, which is a pretty fair deal. And we'll give you enough money for a hotel room. And we will urge you to put that video you do of the autopsy results. We'll have you put that on a public forum. You won't be able to look at the body directly with a video camera because for obvious privacy reasons, but your response to the body and to looking at the forensic paperwork will be all fully available for people to look at. I don't want to put anyone at risk, but if we have shootings going on where there are no bodies, we need somebody to check that out. Yeah, you can't say that something happened when it didn't happen, and that's what they've been doing. They've been telling us shootings have been happening and there are no bodies. Mandalay Bay, for instance, all those bodies, those 48 people, never were seen by anybody. No one ever had an open casket viewing of their loved one. There were no bodies seen going into the hospital, and when the Clark County Coroner's Office was asked, where's the forensic reports on all the bodies, they shut their doors for the next month. They wouldn't respond to anybody. So yeah, the fairness doctrine can be reinstated. We can get right back on track. Trump is too stupid to understand that. I handed him the answer to his problem on a silver platter today, and he just completely ignored it. Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard dropped a defamation lawsuit against Hillary Clinton. Right now, Twitter can be sued under Donald Trump's theory. They're going to have legal ramifications. I wouldn't doubt he's the first to sue Twitter, too. Yet not realizing that everything he says is now liable to Twitter and him. And Twitter can sue him back, too, if he says something. Justice doesn't swing one way. And that's one of the reasons why good attorneys are able to countersue and shut people down. I wouldn't doubt that they threatened to countersue Tulsi Gabbard. Hillary's not sitting on a small amount of money. Remember, Bill and Hillary somehow snaked away $5.4 billion out of the Haitian money that was supposed to go to the Haitian people. I seriously don't think that they're poor. I don't know. I mean, rental cars are closing up. Hertz decided they're going bankrupt right now. Yeah, there may be our country's coming to a halt because of Trump's stupidity. They said shut it down, so I shut it down. I mean, this guy is asleep at the switch, and the fact that you Trump supporters still think he's going to stop the deep state. You're out of it, man. You need to wake up. Your shit detectors aren't working. You Trump supporters simply think that Donald tells the truth always. No, he lies always. Rewire your brain. They've abandoned the 3rd Precinct's building. Rioters have stormed the parking lot, are now damaging the 3rd Precinct in Minneapolis, folks. Well, if you got a link to that, let's be clear. Firing the officers is just a start.
All 4 fired officers have been identified. Tonight, we're learning more about their history with the Minneapolis Police Department. Our Jennifer Merrily joins us live with that part of the story. Jen?
Frank, we've learned 2 of the officers were newer to the force with just a few years of experience. But it was the most veteran officer on the scene that was in direct contact with George Floyd. Derek Chauvin is the former officer in the video seen around.
That's the guy. He has 18 violations against him. Oh yeah, he's seriously messed up. This guy should never have been on the farce.
Around the world with his knee on George Floyd's neck. He'd been with Minneapolis police for 19 years. Tou Thao is standing, facing the people watching who are calling on the officers to help Floyd. Originally hired by the city in 2008. WCCO has learned the other former officers, Thomas Lane and J. Alexander King, were paired together, joining Minneapolis police more recently in 2019 and 2017. The department tells us that's not optimal, but it's not against policy. For a second day, protesters showed up at Derek Chauvin's Oakdale home, saying they want him to feel their presence. It's unclear if his family is staying there. Chauvin has been involved in use of force situations before. According to a Pioneer Press article, Chauvin shot a man during a domestic assault call in 2008. According to reports, the man had reached for Chauvin's gun. And as we reported, in 2011, he was one of 5 officers cleared after a police-involved shooting in Little Earth. Tou Thao was sued along with another officer in 2017 for excessive force. The complaint alleges Thao threw the handcuffed man to the ground and began hitting him. In his deposition, Thao said he went through the police academy in 2009, was laid off for 2 years, and came back to the force in 2012. The case was settled for $25,000. We have requested the personnel files for the former officers. We expect to learn even more once those are released. We have contacted the attorneys for each of the 4 men. So far, no comment. Frank.
Okay, this is what I think should be adjudicated. 5-year prison sentences for the three cops that stood there and watched. And a full murder charge against the cop that put his knee on George Floyd's neck and killed him. Yeah, and that could be 20 years. Up to 20 years for, I believe, manslaughter. It's 20 years maximum sentence. Well, hanging them is one thing. I don't recommend doing that. Yeah, I'm sure that might accomplish something in your mind, but as long as there's charges filed, I think the people will begin to calm down. It is a crime to watch and not intervene, yes, especially when a man is being killed. It is. It's called aiding and abetting, a felony. They are no different than Andrew Cuomo when he purposely said that he would not pursue any murder charges in New York for the past 3 months. That's aiding and abetting murder. That's a felony. Andrew Cuomo, in my opinion, committed a felony when he said that. He also said that the federal government ordered him to do this, to put COVID positive people in nursing homes. He claims in his defense, his secretary to the governor said New York followed federal guidelines when sending coronavirus patients to nursing homes. Therefore, and that does appear to be the case, therefore he wouldn't be charged with murder, just aiding and abetting. The murder charge would go to Robert Redstone, as well as Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx and Rick Bright. Those would all of them would be charged with murder for setting up, and the Corona Task Force manager, the dog groomer guy. All those would be charged with murder because they purposely, willfully ordered COVID positive people to be put in the most vulnerable places to get their numbers up, It's eldercide, folks. We're seeing it right now in our country. We've got no other recall but to build this third party and stop these people, because you know they're not going to prosecute Andrew Cuomo, Dr. Fauci, and Dr. Birx. You know that there's not going to be any charges at the Hague against Bill Gates. But you put me in charge of this country, and I guarantee Bill Gates will be charged at the Hague. I will walk it there myself. Yeah, and I heard Cuomo laughing about the deaths today. Yeah, it was almost beyond belief.
Nursing homes are the...
Check this out.
You can't find that video anymore. But I think that's the way it came out. And true, but I think that was the first message that went out there. I remember there was a video that went all over the place about a young guy who was in Florida partying, and he's on the video and he says, yes, coronavirus, young guys don't get it, only old people get it. I'm not going to let it stop me from partying. I'm going to go, when they were partying down on the Florida beach.
And now he's dead.
You can't
And now he's dead and he's laughing. Look at this. Could you believe this?
Find that video anymore. But I think that's the way it came out, and so part of this is correcting that, and it is.
Yeah, he's having a great time, isn't he? He'll be spending a lot of good time there in Rikers when we prosecute him for full aiding and abetting a felon. Andrew Cuomo, he will be spending time in Rikers if I get this thing brought to trial, which as a president I'm not going to be able to actually do that. It'll be the Attorney General to prosecute, but I won't be like Donald Trump and allow an Attorney General to stand in my way. I couldn't understand why Donald Trump didn't fire Jeff Sessions and why he's not firing William Barr now. William Barr is not willing to prosecute even Joe Biden or Barack Obama. It's like Rikers, a good place for the corona, yeah. I heard that prisons have the lowest per capita rates of infection, so you're better off in prison than in the population, they say. And they let 65,000 prisoners out. Donald Trump okayed that. Who would okay that? This is the kind of cop behavior we've been watching over the years. Look at this. This is going to have to stop, folks. We can't possibly sit back and do nothing. If good people sit back and do nothing, evil persists. Look at, he's got his hands around the guy's neck, or the girl's neck. We're not sure. Guy, girl, guy. Yeah, it's just, this is a typical day in the life of a police officer. Yeah, that's got to stop. China is allegedly pursuing a law allowing scientists to sue over the COVID-19. Citizens are going to be suing the U.S. over COVID-19. Okay, well, that seems like we should sue China too. Yeah. China's legislature proposed drafting a sovereign immunity law that allows Chinese citizens to pursue legal actions against the U.S. over the coronavirus pandemic. The proposal in China's National People's Congress would be a retaliation for lawsuits brought against China and the ruling Communist Party by several U.S. states and a number of countries over the world. Hey, yeah, tip for tap. Let's do it. You sue us, we sue you, and we will never trade with China at this point. If China wants to go down this road, they're looking at another Cold War. And Donald Trump started it. I didn't. Doesn't matter if the officer's white or black. Brutality crosses all lines, man. Doesn't matter whether I'm white or black or Hispanic. Cops kill white, black people. There are more white people dead by cops than black people, but disproportionately, there are more whites than blacks. Yeah, we were being played. Soros implanted a couple of people in that event and forced people to... Yeah, there were people watching this one guy running around with an umbrella, acting like he was a protester, but he was just putting a ball-peen hammer and breaking windows. And he acted like nobody was allowed to see him. Well, we can't really see much there at all. All we have as to who this person is this face mask. We don't know exactly who he is, but he was over there, not a rioter. He was a no doubt a government plant designed to turn those riots violent. You see, our government is running a psyop to try to create more hostility in the streets so that they can justify martial law. Yeah. They want violence. They want a race war. Our government seems to engage in what is called factionalism. They love it. Instead of uniting the country, they put puppet leaders like Barack Obama, classic leftist puppet, and Donald Trump, classic right-wing puppet. Pisses people off. Divide and conquer. It's very simple, but it works. You know, there's some things in life that if you follow the numbers will work. You know, like if you were to go out right now and you have never met a woman in your entire life and you've never had a first experience, I bet if you asked every woman out there that could you please have sex with you, and somebody would probably out of mercy offer you sex. It's called the numbers. You just the numbers of so in the same way, when they want to divide their country and they keep these things going, it keeps pushing the edge forward and divides our country. We can't stop it. Soros is funding it. We know that he paid for Ferguson and Baltimore and Charlottesville. I'm not encouraging you to go ask every woman to have sex with you, but I'm just saying it's a numbers game. It's a very powerful fact that people are prone to division, much like they're prone to, susceptible to somebody who asks them, as many people as possible what they want. All right, we're going to move on. We just left Andrew Cuomo laughing at somebody dying. He was actually making a joke about somebody dying. So this guy is over the top. We saw pictures of this guy that was running around in a head mask. Here he is, the false flag rioter, we'll call him. They're tracking.
I just came with a hammer and smashed the windows.
I'm gonna fight you right now. You wanna go? What's up? Somebody hold my blunt. Hey, somebody hold my blunt. I'm gonna give it up. Hey. Are you a fucking cop? What's up?
He's probably some paid mercenary who did this for money. Really? Are you serious? Poor Zenatril, she's been violated by her pastor. Okay, well, it is pretty sad, I gotta tell you. It's getting kind of warm in here. You think I should turn on the air conditioner?
You look warm.
I know, I look warm.
You should go take a shower.
I'm gonna go get some air. I'll be right back.
Take a shower. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just get some air.
Get some air. Go outside and then see.
Okay.
Go outside for 10 minutes and then decide if you need to turn on the air conditioner.
Okay.
I don't think you will.
I don't need to, no. It's cool out there.
I mean, the whole reason he wanted an air conditioner is because he thought we were going to have to, keep our doors locked.
Well, no, we still may have to do that.
We might have to, but see, I can feel that, just right now, just you opening the door.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, you did get him hot and bothered, Zenatril. Eight Ball is pretty interesting. You're an interesting...
No, I think every house should have an air conditioner of some sort.
Character?
Yeah. We get 2 weeks during the summer that's 85 out there.
I know.
It'll definitely be important.
I actually enjoyed it that one day.
Okay.
Being? Yeah, I can call you a being. I've decided not to wear makeup for about the last month. Yeah. I'm going makeup without makeup. This is me. This is who I am. Thank you. I feel better without makeup. The thing is that my glasses change color in sunlight, so I'm like, they change to a brown, so it just, when I wear brown makeup, then it's just really dark. So I agree. I think I look better without makeup, especially if I get enough. If I get enough sleep. Did I change clothes? Since I was on earlier, no, I did not change my clothes. But before I came on, I purposely did change my clothes because I was wearing a Kelly green shirt with the name of my school on it. I don't even like, I mean, this is an okay t-shirt, but see how like t-shirts, they like always fall weird. Like, I don't know. I like t-shirts like either I should cut off the sleeves on all the t-shirts and use the sleeves to make masks. Like they're the perfect size for a face mask, but they're not a good size for, I don't know, I just don't like them. They fall like on my forearm. No, this is my forearm. What's this called if it's not my forearm? I don't like anything that's like here. I like super long sleeves that come all the way down to my wrists. Or super short sleeves that are like up on my shoulder. That's where I either like it. I don't like anything on my biceps or triceps. So I usually like go like that just because I like it like that. That's about it. If I'm going to wear a t-shirt. Newer shirts have shorter sleeves. I don't even like the sleeves at all. I know it's comfortable to some, not to others. I personally prefer like long sleeve t-shirts. I don't have enough long sleeve t-shirts. But then I also don't like t-shirts that, anyway, I have like a drawer full of t-shirts though. I have bony arms, maybe. I don't mind my bony arms. But yeah, anyway, I'll just wear my t-shirts like that, but that kind of looks weird. So it's like just there to cover my shoulder, just a touch. I could see not liking, the ends of sleeves rub against my upper arm. That's what I don't like too. Like anywhere in there. Okay, I'm just weird, but there we go. Like that. I'm almost. Good. There. That's better. Kind of. But then of course it's like scrunched up here. T-shirts. I should just get a long sleeve t-shirts. I should go get some t-shirt material and I should sew long sleeves on all my t-shirts. Have really white arms because I don't let them see the sun, but anyway, doing just fine. Today was a good day. What did I do today? I corrected papers and then I worked on corrected assignments. I woke up and I said, I worked on some slideshows, so I had to make some videos today because I sent out like what I thought would be our next week's math assignment, and then somebody said, well, geometry is just a supporting one. I was going to do it in geometry because students really don't know geometry and it's fun. But instead I had to make some videos on measurement. And I was very proud of myself. I used I'll just put these down. I used my document camera, which I brought home, and I had not used it yet. I used those to make some videos, and it was about measurement, and I said about like you can measure a glue stick different ways. You can use you can measure it with paper clips, or you can measure it with like how wide your fingers are, like finger spaces. You can measure it with quarters, or you can measure it with a ruler. Then I did another video and I like looked at a ruler because they're saying like inches. It'll always say inches or it'll always say centimeters. I'm like, let's look at this ruler. It does not say the word inches or centimeters on it. It says like where it was made, and it said the company that made it, and then it said millimeters. It has mm on it. How much do you use math in real life, Sarah? LOL. Well, I use it to balance my checkbook. I use it when I'm shopping. I use it when I'm teaching. Yeah, it is a little bit warm here today, I guess. I use it to measure my hair. That's true. Before I cut it off, I want it to be at least a foot. I use it when I measure and build things, yeah. (22/7) is a good approximation of pi. Actually, 355 over 113 is incredibly close to pi. Within a third of a millionth of the exact value. Live police department audio feed.
University caller hung up. We're trying to get a call to get the caller back on the line. Good copy, call feed. Are you still in that area? Call feed.
George 15, we're here at University. No.
I think George did really die. Poor guy.
Strike 15, you're at Hamlin University.
This is 1750. We're at Hamlin University. Our battery's dead. No one appears to be shot here. There was no gunfire in our area, but we are speaking with the original complainant from the carjacking, so it may be related and gun comments intersect.
Sorry, J-Mix.
Good copy, 1750. Dispatch 1750 as it covered. Copy that.
Just because people aren't crying when somebody dies doesn't mean that a death didn't happen. People mourn in different ways.
261, if you get one more squad, please.
Yeah, G coming your way.
We're code 4 for now. There was people in the building. We're just going to need some more steps through it.
Code 4 for now. Squad slow. Just need assistance in clearing the building.
Some people alter their clothes that they got for $1, making the long sleeve shorter. I think I'm going to start doing that.
Your main culprits took off northbound.
But what I really want is to make the short
SUV
sleeve
trying to get a plate,
longer.
but they were going way too fast. You might still have some more people in there.
Suspects fled from the Holly gas station northbound in a black SUV. 269 copy. 3 has left when you're on scene.
Several cars leaving. Looks like the same group from Sunray.
Copy. Several cars leaving same group from Sunray at 2233.
Are there any other golf teams that can supplement Golf 5?
This one's on Broadcastify, I guess. Oh, police feeds isn't like the same as a real police scanner. Probably not.
How many calls do you have in relation to the 201 7th Street West call?
Your reaction to the 4 officers involved in this incident being fired?
Well, my initial response is, I mean, that's a
Yeah,
start.
Golf 5, you're approved.
It's definitely
Dump
not
gas
enough.
out the front door.
But
Yes.
I'm glad that it didn't take forever for them to see what everybody else could clearly see took place, and that's that they murdered our cousin.
Tara?
It's just shocking. I'm happy to hear that they've been fired, but it's not enough.
The video is unsettling. It is horrific. Have you watched it yet?
Unfortunately, yes, I
Oh,
have.
sorry.
I watched it first thing this morning, and it is unbelievable. Unbelievable to see someone suffer in the way that he did, and to have so many people around asking for them to basically allow him to live.
Sharita, have you seen the video?
I actually saw the video. Initially, I saw it before knowing that it was actually my cousin. So I saw the video. I think it was Gail King was doing the story. And I just remember thinking how devastating this would be for the family who had lost a family member like this, and that everybody could clearly see it. And then maybe 5 minutes after that, I got the phone call letting me know that it was actually my cousin. I didn't watch it again. I tried to, but when it first played and I could hear his voice, I didn't need to see anymore. The first time that I heard him say, "I can't breathe," it was just more than I could take. I couldn't watch any more of it.
What would you want to say to the bystanders who in the video fought very hard to save your cousin's life?
I can't thank them enough. We always see these kinds of things that take place, and we wonder, what would we do if we were placed in that position? And I can only be grateful that there were people there who were advocating for him, and even more so grateful for the person who was there with the camera to capture it, because so many times there aren't any witnesses around, and there is questionable as to what has happened, and whether the person was resisting or whether they deserved it or whatever those things that might come into people's mind. But I'm grateful that there were people there to speak on his behalf, because we weren't there. So it just makes me feel good to know that there are still people in the world who care and have compassion, unlike the officers that were there.
Tara, talk to me about your cousin, George Floyd. What kind of person was he?
He was the cousin that everybody loved. We grew up together, and he was always happy, the jokester. He was an athlete. He was very talented in so many ways. He was a father. He was everybody's favorite everything. He was a favorite friend. He was the favorite cousin. so many memories.
Sharita, as Tara mentioned, he was a father, he has a daughter. How is she doing? Have you spoken to her?
I have not. She's taking it very hard. I spoke with her mother this morning, and she's, not doing well.
He was not just a distant cousin. He was someone that you...
Okay. I know you want justice again. So George Floyd and the fired officer both worked security shifts at a South Minneapolis club. Yeah. I hope they're not trying to start a war. People shouldn't think they're a hero if they shoot someone. That's ridiculous, really.
Strike 18 to 310. Go to 4, please.
Thank you.
You think there should be a curfew after 7 p.m. for everybody? I don't.
All using rocks. Information.
You think where the protests are, maybe?
Information for squad. Shots fired. One caller. Prosperity. Arlington. 10 shots. 5 minutes. Going to the intersection. No further.
Gosh. Here are the live protests. Wow. I agree that it shouldn't be protests are pretty crazy.
To remain standing in vigil in front of the police station in silhouette. The fire, the flames illuminating them from the back, and you seeing the shadow of them with their arms raised, signifying victory over that police station. We have this liquor store, which the protesters are determined. And by the way, I want to be clear. There are protesters, and there are others here. There are people who are really, really concerned about what the issue is. I don't know. I can't make out who in the crowd is doing this, but they have taken out all the windows of the liquor store. That store is completely engulfed, and we now have searchlights. We got a helicopter with searchlights now focusing on the police building. So we're not sure. That may just be a media.
Businesses that have been struggling with the virus now, like, of course they're just destroying the businesses. Maybe it's like they knew they had to close up shop, so they knew, well, we can get insurance money for the fires? I don't know. Oh. Misanthropy just posted this, that there was a video of the undercover cop. I don't know if they actually caught him in the act of destroying windows or things. Oh yeah, there he is. He's got. He's trying to tell him, why are you doing that?
I zoomed in. I'll zoom out a little bit. Those cops will come for you if you're pulling that crap. No, that's not. That's garbage. You're pulling that shit. No. Oh, God damn it.
And so then, also there's that actual evidence that he did it, and then it says, when he was asked if he's a cop, he said, why does it matter if he's a cop? Wow. And they say that this is the person that the eyes are definitely very similar there. Have we seen this level of rioting since the 1992 LA riots? Well, there was some rioting just a couple of years ago, and in 2010? Oh. – 2014-15, there was riots in Dallas, Ferguson, Baltimore. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we have seen similar ones recently. Minneapolis 460 is saying, thank you, another brother. He said Minneapolis police and firefighters have been told to stand down as the rioters loot and burn the city. The residents are near the chaos are fleeing the city. Here's a bunch of different videos.
Your reaction to the 4 officers involved in this incident being fired?
Well, my initial response is, I mean, that's a start. It's definitely not enough.
Okay. So George Floyd and the fired officer overlapped security shifts at the South Minneapolis club.
Okay, George Floyd had a history with this guy, this detective. They both worked security at a club together.
Yeah.
You saw that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they knew each other.
They have, what's really interesting, David, though, they have video.
Yeah.
This is a great, is it here?
Oh, this guy matches?
Yeah.
Really? Look. The cop actually matches the guy starting the demolition?
And not only that, but there's video of him actually up here. They actually have the video of him right here.
Yep.
Of him actually smashing the windows.
Oh, okay, great. So basically this guy was hired to kill
guys.
to kill George Floyd.
No, that's not the same guy.
Oh, this is another
But
guy?
This is the guy that was smashing the AutoZone.
But he's a
windows,
cop,
see?
right? He's a cop?
And then, yeah, he's
a cop, smashing windows.
Uh-huh,
Okay,
and
good.
Supposedly they asked him, are you a cop? And he said, what does it matter?
Yeah, he didn't
This
answer.
guy that was smashing
Yeah,
windows.
what does it matter? It matters a lot.
Yeah.
They're-
Are you inciting
Inciting
issues?
riots. I knew this was going to happen. George Soros loves to start this stuff up. I wouldn't doubt the guy was paid by Soros. I really wouldn't. And because our government will never say anything about Soros, because Trump, is good friends with Soros.
He doesn't mean good. He's like glad that the person might be outed. That's what he said.
Yeah, I'm not saying good. I'm glad a cop is smashing windows. I'm
thing.
saying good. I'm glad somebody outed the guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not encouraging people to smash windows. My goodness. Jeez.
Yeah, the real protesters wouldn't have had it escalate like that. That's true. We'll go back to the live video from that. Scissor Fight sent us a link to all these. Oops, I keep doing that. All these live videos.
Yeah, this is the same script that was played over in St. Louis, Ferguson, and then Baltimore and Texas, Dallas. It's the same script. It's like they're trying to repeat the same script to get different results. They so want to create racial hostility in America so that they can justify this ridiculous action against our people. It's unreal. This is really a rogue element within our government.
I don't use alkalized water in my hot cocoa, but the cocoa I use when I'm making hot cocoa has been treated with alkali, which is probably not the best thing, but oh well. I know David has that. He showed you his little alkali thing, shaker thing, or whatever it is. Oh. Someone gave you water from a coffee pot and you're that allergic to coffee? Wow. I did not know. Now you're not allergic to onions, you just hate them, right? Yeah, which 460, who knows, that could have been a white person that said that. 460. Just trying to incite things. That's pretty hilarious. What I find ironic about these is like, I'm gonna wear my mask and I'm gonna go protest. But I'm wearing my mask not because I don't want people to know my identity. I'm wearing my mask because I'm afraid of coronavirus. But I'm gonna be within like 6 feet of everybody because people want to live like they're in the 60s? I don't know, misanthropy. Man, chat room celebrity. Maybe the the person will leave the area then. Future mayor candidates on the screen there, Bob. Especially the guy at the top of the screen, right there. That's a future mayor candidate. Mayoral candidate. Yeah, good question, Misanthropy. Why, oh why?
And fired the gas canisters and the crash bags. They've retreated. I'm sure they're gone from that building, long gone from that building. Don't know how they got out, but they're gone. And this is what's left. So this fire, as you predicted, has gone through the roof. It's now gone through the rafters. It's connected to the buildings next to it. So this block is now essentially on fire, and there's nothing to be done about it. There are no fire departments.
Your reaction to the
engines.
four
There was
officers
one
involved in this
block and a half
incident
away, about an hour
being
and a half
fired?
ago. With the fire that was over
Well,
there,
my
they were not
initial
able to
response
accomplish
is,
much.
I mean, that's
As Morgan was able to say, they had to wait till the crowd left before they could do anything, and that building had burned out by that time. So at that point, this is now what's happening. In South Minneapolis, there's an entire block basically on fire, and half of the block next to it. That's after 3 blocks last night, right next to it, have burned, and there is no police presence, there's no National Guard presence, and there are no fire engines here, Brian.
By the way, this is on fire. It's hot. Hot fire.
Right. Correct. Yes. That's right. Yeah, and I think this is an important point. There's a difference between activating the National Guard in the interest of public safety, which has to be done, and National Guard members in full outfit arriving in militarized vehicles here. I think there is a strategic decision on the part of the fire department and the police department and the state that may not be the right thing to do. But that's the hard thing to watch. It's a hard thing to watch, public property burning down and this being uncontrolled. This is exactly what we think order is supposed to be like. But there's no order right now in the streets. There's a lot of movement coming our way. A lot of movement coming our way. Something has happened, and people are running away from the police station. Typically, when you see that kind of running, it indicates gas canisters, but I hear what sounds like a low-flying helicopter. No, that's not it. I don't know what it is, Brian. This happens every now and then. You see the crowd, a bunch of people running away for some reason.
And I read that whole New York Post article. Good thing I censored my own audio. I was enjoying that bird though, the art bird. So they both work security at the El Nuevo Rodeo Club on Lake Street.
Can we pull that up on the maps, Google Maps? I'll do it.
Yes, you can absolutely do that.
I'm going to pull that up on Google Maps to see the club itself.
But they say the club is no longer open.
But it's boarded up, so...
I don't know. I thought that's what
It's not really material to the case, but now that we know that they both work together, there was a personal stake in this.
Yeah, I did leave the knitter link open. The N is the knitter link, and the 2 YouTubes are live videos of the protests.
Okay, great. Thank you. Live video of protests going on right now in Minneapolis. I'm going to check my EMF meter that Sarah got. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, your health matters. And in the kit, you get your instruction booklet, which tells you all about EMF radiation as well as RF detection. A little handy card to identify various things on the particular device. It comes with a carrying case and a USB adapter for charging. And the unit itself is pretty straightforward. When you turn it on and hold it near things that are dangerous, it beeps. And it also gives you full information. It's the EMF 390, the one that Ron Johnson uses. He got a bunch of these and he sells them. I got this on Amazon because we had some points we picked up. For level 4, okay, I hold it for 4 seconds and it goes on. And it's checking the, I'll tell you what, you can see the monochromic meter right there. It's checking as I get closer to the screen. It's putting about a 2.0. It's not bad at all. But you see that it went from 11 in this top section right here up to 71. See how close I am to the screen? See how it's going up by positioning it where various places in the screen. But if you put this near like a fan, the electrostatic energy from the spinning wheel, believe it or not, puts out, and plus the ion generator, it'll start beeping. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, so you can take this with you on trips and check to see if the 5G meters, and one guy did a 5G check and found that the numbers were at 5,000. Right now it's like 32, 53. Like when I bring it right in here, I'm in the sweet spot right here. It's about 26, 14, 7 right here. 11, 56, a little bit higher. There's an LCD monitor over here, so it's going to go up a little bit. See, it kind of banks upwards toward this area. Whereas this is an LED monitor, I've got an LCD monitor over here. So yeah, overall EMF radiant at 2.0 is considered normal. It even tells you normal on the screen. But I took this and used it around the microwave, and it was beeping pretty bad. You gotta definitely stand 5 feet away from your microwave oven, and don't stare at the microwave oven. Now, why didn't the government tell you that over the past 40 years? I don't know. 50 years? Why did the government not tell us that holding our cell phone next to our ear could contribute to brain cancer? Why didn't they tell us that? Yeah, we have a right to know, but they don't care. It's obvious. We got very bad governments in the past. They are not doing their job. So yeah, we bought the meter just because if we're taking a trip, we don't want to be around a lot of 5G meters. And if I've got in a motel, I'm actually going to walk around with a meter if I pull into a motel and say, yeah, I want to make sure this is okay. One motel we stayed at last summer, we had a big 5G tower right near us. It was weird. Okay, justice protests, Twin City. Yeah, let's take a look at that. JMX, you got the still. Okay, I'll bring it in right now. Let's take a look at this. People are still very upset, as they should be. Here we go, live from the actual location.
That's what happened yesterday. It picked up later in the evening. The crowds gathered here, and the standoff with the police looked very different last night. Police had lined up. There were no barricades outside the police station. Police had lined up around it and were preventing protesters from getting close. Then they put up, overnight, they put up fences and barricades so that people couldn't get there. And that's what broke through. So it caused a new center of focus for the protesters. The idea that they would then try and take that police station from the police. And again, we were very surprised to find out that there were police actually in that building, but there were about 5 police who came out. They had their weapons with them that fired the gas canisters, and it dispersed the crowd, which then came this way and started this activity and a fire that occurred over there. So.
Okay, so now we're the upscale libtard groups that are gathering around saying, wow, this is like a really big event. And it's like, we're really here because we support the people, you know? And nobody's the fire is actually probably very good because it helps the people who are pyromaniacs get off. This is the only time in their life they can actually enjoy themselves.
Evacuated. The fire engines can't get in here. There is no ability to bring anybody in here to solve this problem. So I want to be clear in how I characterize this. This is mostly a protest. It is not generally speaking unruly, but fires have been started, and there's a crowd that is relishing that. There is a deep sense of grievance and complaint here, and that is the thing, that when you discount people who are doing things to public property that they shouldn't be doing, it does have to be understood that this city has got, for the last several years, an issue with police, and it's got a real sense of the deep sense of grievance of inequality. And you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I think we could keep fomenting the whole inequality thing, and how many times does he have to keep repeating the same message over and over again to get heard? Well, the fire trucks are doing what is called social distancing right now. So they're staying away from the area just to make sure that there's no COVID-19 spreading from the fire. Blah, 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 blah. Well, last night they just burned down low-income housing, right? They're probably going to clear out a way in which they're going to put a high-rise in there soon. Part of the gentrification plan. This is all planned, no doubt. They paid their guy to go down there and break windows, make it look like riots were going on, because they really want this big event, man. I'm telling you, the elitists really want to pull this off. They want to somehow push our country to the brink of disaster instead of just logically saying, no, wait a second. This is overreaction time, just like COVID-19 is overreaction time. It's all based on fear. FDR said, the only thing you have to fear is fear itself. And then he crawled into the fetal position and started sucking his thumb. And his mommy came by and gave him his allowance for the week. He got $11 a week allowance, FDR did. The only president in history who got an allowance from his mommy. The only thing you have to fear is my mother. Yeah, they knew each other. George Floyd worked with him as a security guard at that club. Well, I'm not going to jump to conclusions. I'm just going to keep adding emojis here. We got a couple good ones here. Ron got that one. I'm going to go back with the just say no one, and I'll up your ante with an end the Fed. There you go. Ron and I are going back and forth with emojis. Well, Prince came from this area, but I don't believe that the man who recently died formerly was the artist known as Prince. Now formerly the artist known as Prince, now dead. I think he was replaced. Did the man die? I know, we have to ask that now, exactly. Did the man die? Or was he given witness protection? And is his family getting paid off as part of an elaborate hoax? I mean, you got to wonder, right? Now, God forbid I'm saying anything bad about his family, because this guy seems like a victim. You know? Let's go back to this Jewish guy who also seems like a victim, even though he's not.
Before we had video, how did we know about these things? Now we have video. We have 3 angles of this thing, and the people who are talking to me, not an investigator, and I don't have access to the information that investigators have, but they are saying, what more do you need? You've got 3 angles of video. Why haven't there been arrests? And the FBI and the Minneapolis Bureau of Apprehensions and the Hennepin County Attorney, all of whom are proceeding very carefully. This crowd is not looking for careful right now. They are looking for something that feels like justice, and they don't seem to be getting it.
No kidding. You know, he looks a lot like my local car salesman. Yeah, he looks a lot like him. Yeah, okay, so we're back to you in the studio, Jack. We got a couple other live leaks here. This is all going on right now. Now, I cannot explain the words going on in the background, so let's bring it in.
You just gotta get it fixed, you know. I think he's got some better ideas. Right here.
Do you feel like talking?
No talking?
Can't do it. Right, yeah. Hey, we can talk without the visual. You can talk into the mic.
Hey,
That's all right.
See, there's a lot of people with anger going on. I mean, these reporters that take these jobs, they're risking it, man. You know, we lost 190 reporters when they went into the Iraq War. They were like dropping like flies. Reporters put in the middle of cities like this, they could get hurt bad, man. Well, I guess they got to follow the story because people are watching it. We should be posting over there on that chat room. So I'm going to go in there right now and give it a few posts. Let's take a look at the chat room up close and personal. Let's see what they're saying. Thanks for checking in, Kristen. Knickers, just need to stop. Cowbell, pathetic fire, at least do it right. Yeah, cops lost control, nothing to do, but wait it out. Stop arresting criminals. Turning on each other now. Yeah, they're just yelling in the other streams. Find the abs. The quarantine got everyone so bored they wanted a riot. That's a good one. Sounds of the Jungle. Wow. Dope doing his best leeching. One below. Okay. Pig's got nothing on the people. Dope living his best leech life. Dope being the character of their dreams, or just want to say thank you for putting together in the stream. You're welcome. Glad to help out. Got a light. Wanting to be cool. Yeah, I'm sure this man is an upstanding citizen. Lemo. Mo. Yeah. You get. Let's just do this, man. Let's put this in here. I'm going to post. This is a New World Order power grab against people. They sent a cop in to bash windows. See it here. All right, so what I'm doing is just giving it a little something in. I'm just going to pass this in here. So I post it, and then I go back and post it again. You know what I'm saying? And I'll D-Live. We gotta counter the censorship going on over at D-Live right now. So let's still do that. Yeah. So Ron has a theory. I wonder if they're going to spray COVID on the protesters and then claim that the lack of social distancing is to blame. You got to wonder. Yeah. They've got those fumigators now. You know, the ones they sprayed in the skies when they were dumping COVID on all of us back a couple months ago. It was like soupy. The air was like full of smells. This endless spray of chemtrails and germs and whatever they were spraying. Well, that's kind of dissipated now, but now they've got a new tool that'll just spray it right in the community so it doesn't actually get hit by the sun. So they'll be able to spray live viruses into homes, claiming they're fumigating them, claiming they're disinfecting the area. Yeah. So that's their next big move. They're going to spray live viruses on the people as part of their crowd control. Oh, yeah. It's like one thing after another. Paid mercenary type guy goes in, bashes windows, has a cop background. Oh, yeah. There he is, making his big move. Running around with a ball-peen hammer, mind you, bashing in windows, and we know now who this guy is. See, the beauty of the internet is you get a lot of information sharing. Yeah, well, Gates wants to do what John D. Rockefeller put a bad vaccine out there and ended up really killing 100 million people in 1918. It's a fact. They can try covering it up. I've got history books that say the same thing. A bad influenza B virus was brought into the vaccine pool and 35 separate vaccination attempts were made, spreading the Spanish flu, killing 100 million people. Oh yeah, they committed genocide then. They want to do it again now. That's what I think. That's what I'm alleging. Oh yeah. We know who's behind this too. Gates, Rockefellers, Rothschilds. And then you get into the black nobility and then the black pope. Yeah. That's who's attacking us right now, folks. If you really want to stop these people, these corrupt Luciferians, we're going to have to build this political movement with one good thing in mind. Restoring goodness. Stopping the evildoers that are trying to take away our rights, our freedoms, and suppress us and turn us into monsters of the New World Order. Yeah, don't get excited about the White House's social media censorship executive order. It does nothing compared to what I suggested to Donald Trump to reinstate the fairness doctrine. That would have teeth. This is kind of a joke. Again, Trump falls short of doing anything substantive to stop censorship. Well, he looks like he feels vindicated in that picture, doesn't he? Yeah, I don't think he is, though. Yeah, today we had a very interesting reveal from one site. The Charlene Cleo Eben claims that Mark Zuckerberg was hired by the CIA through his cousin Edward Snowden. It may even be his brother, we don't know. That's right. The Zuckerberg is a Rockefeller, and so is Jacob Appelbaum, and so is Edward Snowden. Now that's what we found this out. It's pretty amazing stuff. Let's go with a distraction, though. I mean, you got Joe Biden running a real strong campaign, running against himself.
I'm prepared to say that I have a record of over 40 years.
40.
And that I'm going to beat Joe Biden.
Over 40 years, and he's going to beat Joe Biden. Yes, indeed, he will. He's a man of his word, and he will beat Joe Biden if he keeps saying that. Go ahead.
I'm prepared to say that I have a record of over 40 years, and that I'm going to beat Joe Biden.
Good. I like it when he says that. Meanwhile, we've got the silent killer lurking. The 5G network is still being installed without safety checks for humanity.
Killer. The real silent killer.
Now this is called pencil beam technology. And what this technology is redirecting the beams of light, which are very definable with a 5G network, or is 4G is a little bit more of a blast. These can be defined, and the range comes in target acquired. They could theoretically blast you, take away your oxygen. Anyone walking on the street could be terminated this way. Terminado, here he comes, target acquired. Beep. Beep. You see him walking there? Beep. Target acquired. Beep.
This is your future if you do not stop it now.
So we're worried. Yeah, I mean, I've often wondered how safe is this stuff, and the more I found out over the past few months since we started the 14-hour show, the more I found out, the more weird it got. I mean, every scientist out there that we listen to on our show says this stuff is dangerous. And Barry Trower, the world-renowned expert on microwave weaponry, said, yeah, it is something that could be weaponized. Yeah, definitely. I don't think that's going to happen, though. George Floyd looked like a stand-up guy. I got to tell you, I think a real crime was committed here. Or was it? Is George Floyd part of a team of crisis actors where he met the cop at that club and they said, you know how you can make a lot of money, man? No, what's that? Well, say I was out on bat and you were a cop and you like took me down and pretended like you killed me, man. We could clean up as crisis actors. I know some people, you know what I'm saying? Oh, really? And maybe that white guy was so stupid that he went for it. Who knows? I mean, this could be a cover-up, a false flag. We don't know. So until we actually see the grieving photos of the family, if you've got that, I'd like to see that. Because you said they were like kind of happening. They were happy and... Oh, here you go. Was his family grieving or were they like, hey, what's going on? Yeah, it's so terrible that George died. I know. I want to get the reaction. Maybe somebody could do that over at 153news.net and get on that. Amateur looters, professional looters. Look at that. There you go. It's the same mentality. Just take. They can get the door in. They can open it up. They can steal. Yeah, this is what we're dealing with. On both levels, both blue-collar and white-collar crime. Well, Joe Biden's going to beat Joe Biden, so I'm happy about that. Raspberry Pi is now available with 8 gigs of RAM, really? That's kind of amazing. Well, this protest is still going live. I'm going to go back to it in a second. Hold your horses. So we're going to go check that out. So this is televised, man. This is like all 4 channels. They got the full line of guards out there protecting the city block. And now this little pocket full of technology is amazing now. 8 gigs of RAM, man. You're going to be able to do a video on this. The Raspberry Pi 4 is now available with 8 gigs of RAM. Here's a slice of juicy news for single board computing. Yeah. The Raspberry Pi 4 launched last year, under a year ago, and is, to quote our own headline of the time, it's a beast of an SBC. Now it boasts double memory to play with the potential possibilities, and the capabilities provided just increased substantially. The Raspberry Pi costs from $75, making it the most expensive Raspberry Pi ever released, but it's also the most powerful. The real barrier is to offering a larger memory variant with a lack of an 8 gigabyte package. These didn't exist in 2019, but happily our partners at Micron stepped up earlier this year with a suitable part. The processor used in the Raspberry Pi can support up to 16 gigs of memory in total. So while 8 gigs is a welcome boon, it's not the absolute max. Whoa. I think the single other computer available for under 100 that boasts 8 gigs of RAM, yeah. You know, I want to get the 16 gigs in there and then start doing video on the fly. We'll load Ubuntu in there, right? Yeah, and then OBS. We'll just have a pocket video maker. Louisville, other places are riding. Yeah, Los Angeles, you mean? Yeah, I heard Louisville, Los Angeles, Phoenix, across the country, right. Elephant Juice has more stuff on that. So that's trending. Let's go back to this interview on the screen. There's a lot going on in Minneapolis. Bring it in. Okay, the MSNBC and analysts we saw earlier said, I want to make this clear on how I can characterize this. This is mostly a protest. It is not, generally speaking, unruly. All right.
And there's a crowd that I want to be clear in how I characterize this. This is mostly a protest. It is not generally speaking unruly, but fires have been started, and there's a crowd that
All right. As Rome burns, Nero says nothing to worry about. Yeah. Has Donald Trump made a comment about Minneapolis yet? Let's listen in. Oh, they told me to shut it down, so I shut it down.
Mostly people my head.
He's getting muted there. He's not coming through. Remember Derek last night? Derek was coming through strong, man. Check this out.
he's closing up at 12:30, but I think they're going to pick it up again.
Still burning, man.
Yep.
Still burning. Fire. Do. For anyone who wants to read up the fake virus count. Oh, yeah. We took our whole mind off the fake virus count. Now let's find out. Freedom Foundation's allegations of inflated COVID-19 death numbers were all true. Great. That's good to know. Thank you, Freedom Foundation. Department of DOH, days after dismissing claims that the number of Washington COVID-19 deaths were being exaggerated by up to 13% as conspiracy claims from the planet Pluto, Governor Jay Inslee sent officials from his Department of Health out for a hastily arranged video conference on Thursday to admit it was true. So now Jay Inslee's got foot and mouth disease on top of trying to create draconian laws that violate the Nuremberg Code. You think that'll get him out of prosecution? No, he'll help to face the music why he drafted laws that violate the Nuremberg Code. You can't force test people or force vaccinate people, hold them against their will without consent. What kind of a Nazi does he think he is? Now he's admitting that the COVID numbers are inflated? Oh my God, you got the power. As the building burns in the background. I'm sorry, that page does not exist. George Floyd's family reacts to death in Minneapolis. Let's take a look at KARE 11. Thank you, Misanthropy. We go there now. Let's listen into their feelings.
Your reaction to the 4 officers involved in this incident being fired?
Well, my initial response is, I mean, that's a start. It's definitely not enough. But I'm glad that it didn't take forever for them to see what everybody else could clearly see took place, and that's that they murdered our cousin.
Tara?
It's just shocking.
Okay, I'm picking up a lot of deception, and the facial reaction of her is in denial. She's shaking her head left and right. As a body language analyst with no experience whatsoever, I'm going to now analyze every single motion she makes. Let's slow this down.
I'm happy to hear that
I'm happy to hear. Her first thought was happiness, okay.
been fired, but it's not enough.
Now, she blanked at least 6 times in that time period. It doesn't look like she's sincere.
The video is unsettling. It is horrific. Have you watched it yet?
I just can't wait till I can meet George in the Holiday Inn and have a real party, because he made a lot of money on this. I don't know what to think with this. This looks a little not credible, doesn't it?
Unfortunately, yes, I have. I watched it first thing this morning, and it is unbelievable. Unbelievable to see someone suffer in the way that he did, and to have.
That's true. Well, thank you. We'll be looking at this a little bit later. Wait a second. What just happened? Okay.
Your reaction to the 4 officers involved in this incident?
We'll get to this a little later. I did sense a little, you know, it doesn't look quite normal, does it? It looks like they're a little bit too happy. You know, usually when you lose somebody, you're crying. Your eyes are all tearied up from days of crying. Yeah, you don't see that. Their face isn't that puffy in here. You can get the instant tear system. And then you pretend to cry, then, you know, like Barack Obama did that. During the pandemic, Portland Strip Club offers a drive-through. That's right. Oh, we've seen that. Well, let's be clear. Michael is not a transgender, except when he does dress up. Which is normally what he does. Yeah, we saw this the other day. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's like a drive-through takeout place. I don't know what they feed people other than like, you know, hot dogs and burgers. Hot dogs and tacos. Should it be Satan? Let's take a look at the Lucky Devil.
A local event company hit us up and said, hey, we'll come set up all the infrastructure for tents, music, lighting, sound, stages, stripper poles, and now we have a drive-through window that just happens to have go-go dancers in it, and we're calling it Food to Go-Go. You order your food at the beginning, you drive through the tent, and inside the tent there are 4 go-go dancers in there, 2 poles and a DJ. We've got a fog machine, lighting. You pull in and you get 1 or 2 songs with the go-go's, and then we bring your food out to you, and then you go on your way. We create.
I feel like I just got partly, you know, it's a brilliant idea. It really is, especially for you, Noodle. You're still trying to grasp your concept of a woman's sexuality. I know. I don't know, you know, if you make dollar bills into like one of those like paper airplanes, you could toss them at them, you know, out the window. Well, needless to say, it's whatever meets the market demand. That's what I say. I don't have a problem with this. Throw quarters. Yeah, but quarters is so hard to pick up. It takes more energy to pick up a quarter than the quarter's worth. And those women have to bend down and pick up those quarters. Think of that. Or they could use a vacuum cleaner, or magnets don't work on quarters. Those women shouldn't be groveling for money. They should be enjoying their beautiful body and sharing some of the great food that establishment provides. You know, they might be able to do hood dances, you know, where they get on their hood, cave in your hood, dancing. That would be great. Hey, you caved in my hood, man. You can't stand on my hood.
Created barricades. It's 18 and over. We're handing out free rolls of toilet paper to like the first 50 or 60 cars.
That's so weird. That is just, things are getting a little bit weird. Yeah. Probably handing out condoms too. Inside the roll. That'll be the next thing. Priest sprays yes, I saw that. Yeah. This is a new way of baptismal. And, you know, as the church grows more evil and weird, they're providing, to practice safe distancing, churchgoers are now getting baptismal sprays from squirt guns. I know. Life is weird. It's getting weirder. We go from strip clubs to priests delivering repentance, and Pelk strapped to a mask and sprayed more than 50 churchgoers with holy water. Bless him, and he even got the green light from the doctor beforehand. We figured sterile water was the way to do it. We were prepared to do it one of 2 ways. Either we would distribute little plastic vials of holy water, and then we thought, well, what about a squirt gun? The doctor said, that's fun. If you do that, I'm coming with my family. Ha ha. We're all coming together. Photos of Pelk's squirt gun stunt. you've been sharing thousands of times on social media, and many are applauding his creativity. Father, Son, and Holy Squirt. You know, whatever gets you through the night is all right. I don't really care as long as they're not charging for the squirts. I have a problem with that, just like Martin Luther did. That's why he created the Christian faith, where you can apostate yourself and take the Eucharist by yourself. You can administer the body of a Christ simply by opening up your bargain bag of Eucharists and serve yourself to unleavened organic flour, non-GMO. I am washing my hands incessantly. I use this special soap called Dr. Bonner's Blessed by the Lord, and it's great. Really, I'm telling you, check out Dr. Bonner's soap. And I'm not repping them. This isn't like Alex Jones. You're not going to believe this. I've got a person in here giving me death threats. All right, we got a death threat going here. Don't kick him yet. I got to copy it. One moment, please. Beep. People seeking salvation through being shot with a squirt gun. Only humans would ever think that made sense. Yeah, well, like I said, you know, people have all different mentalities. You have been recorded and neutralized. You will be reported to the NSA. Unless, of course, they're answering to the Black Pope, then we really can't report you to the NSA. Well, I'm keeping my entire report together for the person who has the authority to pursue this. I don't know if the NSA is at all trustworthy at this point. I wish I was. I never thought they wouldn't be, but when I read that the Black
Your
Pope...
reaction to the 4 officers involved in this incident being fired?
Well, my initial response is, I mean, that's a start. It's definitely not enough, but I'm glad.
All right, it's on a timer. You are the NSA. See, exactly. I'm reporting the NSA to themselves. See, we are the NSA. You're violating numerous laws by doing this, you know. Yeah, you can't threaten the person in a show. That's a federal offense, even if you are NSA. Doesn't matter. You're still going to Leavenworth. You know that. I'm opening up my threat file. Hold, please. Processing threat. Dated 5/28/20. Dateline 5/28/20. 9:39 p.m. Pacific time. iVlog. I was being stalked by death threats. I called my captain, Spock. Take us to warp speed, Spock. And he said to me, I'm sorry, Captain, that's illogical. Well, no, they don't have, the thing is, I basically give them, they're going to have a log to look at after we lie detector them, and then they'll be going to Leavenworth, the ones that don't match. Bye. Woman stored grandma in freezer to collect Social Security. That's not that uncommon. And you know, the Social Security check did pay for the refrigerator freezer cost, electricity-wise. What kind of a person does that? She probably thought, well, she's dead anyway. She's, you know, going to be in the freezer. She's more like herself. Freezer grandma. Woman stored grandma in the freezer to collect her Social Security benefits. Wow. She looks like the kind that would, too. Well, I know, money runs out fast, especially when y'all stimulus is all spent out. Attacks on Asians. Neutral wants to talk about some racial hostility here. Okay. A Pennsylvania woman allegedly stored her grandmother's body. What do you mean allegedly? They found her grandma's body in a freezer for several years in order to collect the dead senior's Social Security checks. Cynthia Black, 61. With a name like that, of course, she's bound to do evil. She was arrested and charged Wednesday for the disturbing scheme that funneled over $186,000 into a bank account used by her since-deceased mother, and a relative she lived with. I bet this happens more than... Her grandmother died at the age of 97. It's unclear how she died, though. But the police said her death was not suspicious. Oh, come on. For 9 years after that, the woman would have been 106. People would have been saying, hey, there's an old woman down there, 106. How'd they find her? The duo ditched Dillsburg, with Cynthia moving elsewhere and Glenn landing in jail. But they allegedly left behind DeLahaye's body. They were discovered in a freezer in an empty building next to the home by two women looking at the foreclosed property. Oh my gosh. They were charged with abuse of corpse, theft, and receiving stolen property. It's unclear if charges will be brought against Glenn Black, her husband. Well, seems like a nice couple, not? Jeez, takes all kinds, right? And now another seriously sad racial hostility show featuring some other ridiculous racial hostility. What attacks on Asians reveal about American identity? Oh, yeah. Well, what about Donald Trump calling out that Asian reporter? That's CBS. Yeah, this is a little too much to handle. It's like I'm biting off too much that I can chew right now. He was spat at? Well, I've had people spat on me. I mean, it happens. It's just like life. Does it have to be a racially driven issue? Why didn't she say her grandma decided to become homeless? Because she left the body behind, dude. Can you imagine what that smelled like when they opened up that non-electrified refrigerator in a foreclosed property? I mean, my God. China says wants peaceful reunification with Taiwan. Well, why don't they stop the unnecessary organ harvesting of Falun Gong members as well as the Uyghurs? I mean, there's some serious atrocities going on in China. Who cares if they want to reunify with anything? They want to reunify like they did with Hong Kong and then take it over? Come on. Look at their track record. They can't even handle Hong Kong, right? Well, the Uyghurs, it's pronounced Uyghurs, but it's the UH, it's a very strange spelling. How many Uyghurs are there in China? 70 million. The correct answer is 70 million. That's a lot. So these people have been, they're Muslim and they've been treated terribly by China. They put them in re-education camps. Oh yeah, we're talking about modern day slavery and human trafficking. So when China wants to reunify with Taiwan, that's more like, gee, hey mom, I met this new guy named the Grim Reaper and we're going to hang out together. Well, it's an anomaly because in the early 2001, the number of transplants that were going on in China was a certain number, and then all of a sudden it spiked. It's like lots of transplants were going on at that point, kidney and heart, etc. And that's when the Uyghurs and that's when the Falun Gong people were pulled in, and there was a lot of dissidents that were killed for simply being dissidents, and then their organs were harvested. It's just historic. But while I say that, whatever. Uyghurs, whatever. Thank you. Oy vey. Oy gewalt. Why are you telling me this? David, China News. Okay, but I want you to know that I don't dislike Chinese people. I think they're very nice people for the most part. We've got some bad leadership, you know, a world of exploitation, and you know, China is in the clutches of the New World Order. They're implementing social credit systems over there that will require people to be nice, or you won't be able to travel. And then they'll harvest your organs if you're in debt. In debt, you go, the debt mobile is the death mobile. It comes by and harvests your organs if you're in debt. The Chinese CDC now says the coronavirus didn't jump to people at the Wuhan wet market. Instead, it was the site of a super spreader event. I wouldn't doubt that. You know, I don't believe the Chinese government is solely responsible for the release of this virus. They're only responsible for not telling the world for 2 months. And over the overreaction that came as a result of their reticence to be transparent. Translate that, why don't you? Good luck translating that. I speak very clearly so that voice-to-text translations can occur. Easy organs anytime they want. Lots of dead people. You want a heart? Okay, we'll go get you one right now. That's a problem. I know. And their kids are exploited too. I understand they're taking kids in to be have their organs harvested so that the other family members can live. I mean, atrocities that are beyond human comprehension. We now go to the most mindless video on the internet.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake
The reaction
up
to the 4 officers involved in this incident
do something,
being
you're just
fired.
like, what the fuck is going on?
Exactly. What is going on? What is going on? What is going on?
Well, my initial response is, I mean, that's a start. It's definitely not enough. But I'm glad that it didn't take forever for them to see what everybody else could clearly see took place, and that's that they murdered our cousin.
Tara?
It's just shocking. I'm happy to hear that they've been fired, but it's not enough.
She's like a little butterfly there, where her eyelids are like flipping all over the place. People, one of the most common tells when a person lies is they flick their eyes, like Donald Trump does it a lot. What is going on? Sirens began. National Guard is there. Okay, you got a full-scale convoy. You got the Donald Trump. You got the George Soros-backed Antifa members. You got the possible innocent people caught in the crossfire. You got yourself a New World Order event. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a convoy. Hey, how about that Donald Trump investing in hydroxychloroquine? Yeah, they've had like an investment for a few years now. Barry Sherman, you know, the drug manufacturer in Canada, died a couple of years ago. That was their #1 output, hydroxychloroquine. And then now this French connection makes you wonder, Trump's family is going to be like the only producers of hydrochloroquine. And last week, a couple of magnesium factories blew up. Massive fires both in northern Mexico and in Madison, Illinois. The makers of hydroxychloroquine need magnesium. So you got the French connection. You know, there you go. President Donald Trump and his allies, the conservative media sphere, have repeatedly pushed the health benefits of this anti-malarial drug, hydroxychloroquine. And by the way, I do believe it works. I'm not one of those Democrats that said, oh, I just don't think that it would never work. Doctors have sworn by it, as long as it's under supervision and it's accompanied with zinc. Widespread destruction. St. Paul police said 170 plus businesses have been damaged or looted tonight. Well, we knew that was going to happen. So here's the connection. He and his family have invested in this French company that will now corner the market on the drug. It makes you wonder if his obsession with using it himself, even though it's not a preventative medication of any kind, is partly the reason why he's doing it. Yeah, UV1s are great as long as you don't mind the skin cancer that comes from using them. Well, you know, Minneapolis, first of all, George Floyd died from COVID-19 related injuries. Yes, strangulation being one of them. If in fact he's dead, which we can't corroborate completely. The National Guard has now arrived, everyone. Jack Posobiec has the information on his Twitter channel. I'm so glad that Donald Trump made these big moves with Twitter. Now that Twitter is so concerned. Uh-oh, here they come. They needed a reason to get him into the area.
Oh, shit. Oh, God. Yo.
Here we go.
Yo.
They needed a reason to have martial law in America. They're starting it in Minneapolis. Okay, so this is stage one of the New World Order plan. They pay a cop to bash windows in and then make it look like the rioters did it. This is exactly what they did in the 60s. They embedded FBI members in the crowds of FSB, Free Speech Movement, FSM movers. They do that. They purposely create insurrection, and then they call in the National Guard. You get a Kent State situation, and now it's the stage one of martial law. What's happening, folks, is George Soros and Trump are working together for the New World Order to generate the initial stages of martial law so they can eliminate all of our rights and freedoms, because right now they know they legally can't stop our First Amendment, our Second Amendment, our Fourth, Fifth Amendment. Yeah, so they're purposely doing it. This is part of their big plan.
Oh, shit. Oh, God. Yo. 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 Yo.
Yo.
They called them niggas in.
What's this all about?
We're burning down this. We're gonna burn down this.
My man, get yourself some water, all right?
Man, this is serious, man. They're all building, the building is going down. This is bad news, man. So they're letting Minneapolis descend into riots. This is exactly what the New World Order wants. They got George Soros to fund that guy to go in there and, blow holes in windows and then start fires. This is exactly what they were looking for. They need some big spectacle so that they can, essentially declare in at least three cities in America. They need 3 cities across the nation to declare martial law and bring in the troops into our cities in America. You see, the COVID-19 didn't work. They weren't able to get enough people to get sick enough to fill up the hospitals. So now they're implementing Plan B, which is to incite riots and have government agents go in, like the one we looked at earlier, who was caught on camera, both still picture and live video. He literally was caught going in, and he's a government agent. We'll show you his picture in a little bit. There he was, wearing an umbrella and carrying a hammer, bashing in windows. Now they got their desired effect, and they called this now a riot scenario. They're doing what they can to foment more friction and definitely racial. This is part of the footprint of the New World Order.
I do. I do. I'm just like, I'm one of those guys who sleeps in the gutter with the bottle of Stoli. I got the Modelo. The gutters.
Sleeping in the gutters. Wow. All right, so this is live. We've got that going on. We know that these two were involved together at the club. No way. I like my Honda. I told you the only way I would do it, if somebody traded me another vehicle, a better vehicle, they'd have to trade me an EcoVan. It's the only way I'd get rid of a collector's item like that. Look at that. He's got complete coverage. Turns out these guys work together at a club at one point. Yeah. So we don't know at this point if this entire event is even real, because what we then saw was this interloper come by the second day and bash windows in, and he looks like a police officer. And they've got a video pictures of him walking around doing that. Yeah, so we do know they knew each other. So this looks like very staged. That's not a protester. They got the guy running around with a ball peen hammer, and they confronted him.
That's why I'm doing this shit, guys. What the? I ain't got part of that shit.
Caught in the act.
Oh, I zoomed in. I'll zoom out a little bit. Those cops will come for you if you're pulling that crap. No, that's not.
So the guy came by with a ball peen hammer and purposely did that to the AutoZone just to get things going. Okay, we're going to go to a live footage of that whole event in just a bit. Yeah, it's important to know that
your reaction to the 4 officers.
We'll get the reaction, the George Floyd family's reaction first. Then we'll go to live footage of the event with much more live camera footage, simply because I can't play a lot of it because there's a lot of people using bad words in the clips. But we'll go off the recorded broadcast and be able to bring that to you. Wow. Okay. And I'm still looking for the picture of the officer they think did it. This is him being pursued down the street by that same guy that was tagging along with him as he was breaking windows.
Looks like, yeah. So as you can see, the AutoZone.
This guy just came with a hammer and smashed the windows.
I'm gonna fight you right now. You wanna go? What's up? Somebody hold my blunt. Hey, somebody hold my blunt. I'm gonna get it up. Hey. Are you a fucking cop? What's up?
Okay, while we're seeing that looked like a cop, and we're going to see if we can get his picture here. Meanwhile, there's guys with guns standing outside the area, fully armed. Yeah, this could get very serious very quick. Lawful black firearm owners standing guard outside their businesses to protect the looting from going on. I figured they'd be doing that.
What happened? On Finn out here with them Blicks on them. Blicks on them. Run up in this black on, nigga. You see that? Up in this bitch. Run up in this bitch. Oh my.
So they're carrying weapons, and they're using that weapons to defend the businesses as they, rightfully could. Okay, let's see do you have that link? Let's take a look. You got the picture? Oh, Donald Trump is now piping in on this finally. Okay, he says, I can't stand back and watch this happen to a great American city, Minneapolis, a total lack of leadership. Either the very weak radical left mayor, Jacob Frey, get his act together and bring the city under control, or I will send the National Guard, get the job done right. Yeah, this is right out of the New World Order playbook. Donald Trump then sending in the big federal government. This is exactly what this is out of their federal playbook for taking over our country, folks. The COVID-19 didn't work, so they're now going for national security issues due to rioting. This will materialize into national, what is called martial law in the next probably 2 weeks if it continues in other cities. Yeah, that's not likely, but it could happen. And it is definitely their plan. These thugs are dishonoring the memory of George Floyd like he even knows him. And I won't let that happen. Just spoke to Governor Tim Walz and told him the military is with him all the way. Any difficulty, we will assume control. But when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Thank you. Now, this is exactly right out of their playbook. And we now know that that person who was breaking windows is a government official. I just need to get the picture. Let's take a look. Still looking for it. Haven't been able to find it yet. Sarah had it open, but it's gone now. Yeah, I needed that picture. Don't have it. Yeah. So in order to really fulfill that part of the show, I have to get the picture. Okay, so who is the guy in the mask? If you could bring that up, let's do that. Anybody have the picture? Scroll down. Okay, it's on Knitter. Thanks. There we go. This is the guy. Thank you, Misanthropy. Here we go. This is the guy that started the whole thing. Now this looks more and more like a government-inspired riot. Exactly out of the playbook of the New World Order. Holy shit, the cop who started the vandalizing was outed by people who knew him. His name is Jacob Peterson of the St. Paul PD. Whoa. That does match his eyes. Definitely, yeah. Look at that, folks. So this is the guy that started the rioting and went violent. He purposely went in and put ball peen hammers, openings, the windows, purposely vandalizing the AutoZone. He's a cop. This has a footprint of the New World Order trying to start a riot so that they can justify martial law. This is exactly what we expect. Their COVID-19 thing did not work. They didn't manifest the number of deaths that they expected the hospitals to fill up when they sprayed us with the germ warfare that they tried. We know that the chemtrails could very well be contaminated with the germs. We know that. So this is an asymmetric attack against our people. I want you to know that we're still in it. He is a cop, you idiot. That's the point. He's a cop, you idiot. What are you, Arnold Schwarzenegger? Yeah, he was a cop. You saw that, right? St. Paul police officer, man. This is real, man. This is raw. I'm a cop, you idiot. What's your name? Who's your daddy? Yeah. Yeah, see, he seems like a nice guy that would just love to go into a neighborhood like that and just bash windows. And he was put up to doing this. Folks, these people are paid puppets of the New World Order. They are destined to create the division that they want to seed so that our country can then be devolved into a New World Order martial law scenario. Trump couldn't do it with COVID, and he couldn't get Birx and Fauci to push enough of the BS. The American people know the COVID stats were rigged. Even Jay Inslee has admitted it now. We showed you that on the show. We know that Trump is involved in making money on hydroxychloroquine. We know that Jared Kushner is trying to make money on the COVID testing. But the plan didn't roll out fast enough, so now they're going to plan B, which is to create rioting over some African American who gets allegedly killed, which you got to wonder if that's real or not. Okay, I think we've assessed the whole situation as best we could in this short period of time, but tomorrow we'll go on to the next one. David, Pet Detective. You know, I can't confirm anything at this point. I can just bring in all kinds of random stories and then inductively determine what's going on. And I think I do a pretty good job of it. I'm kind of an orchestrator. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for watching the show, too. You're welcome. So, you want to find out if masks work or not? Here's an article, a full review in researchgate.net about the benefits of masks, and you can tell your family members about this. Give them this link to read if they want to know. It's a big PDF file, but if you want to know if masks work, thank you, Mechfuzler. You got it. Yeah, just get some solid information. Masks don't work, okay? The whole thing was a disaster. It's part of a ritual to turn us into slaves. They want to take our country down, and they've got 5 months before the election, and all you have to do is get me to the White House, and the first thing you need to know is who I am. So I'm just the guy who does the third-party show right now to some of you. But I've been doing this for 12 years, nonstop. My name is David Sponheim. And this is a nonstop effort to build a political movement in the middle of the political
Your reaction
spectrum.
to the 4 officers involved in this incident being fired?
Okay, we'll go to that testimony right now. I am signing off for the evening. Thank you for being here. We'll be back tomorrow with another great show starting at 5 p.m. I'll be uploading my short pizzette cooking thing tonight. Pizzette. I created a new thing. Okay, I will not. I will not be masked. I like this. Tested, tracked, poisoned, or chipped to support this orchestrated lie. This is not my new normal. I do not consent. I love this. I wish her phone number was there. We'd give her a call and say, you were awesome. Thank you. Was that Christina Applegate? Kind of looked like her. 7 people have been shot were shot during the Louisville protests. Really? Okay, elephant juice. This is the story you're talking about? Okay. I guess I'm not leaving yet. Just keeps coming. How dare you? See? Video unavailable. You lucked out. I'll make a copy of it tonight when I go off my VPN. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. That they faked the entire thing because they're trying to get funding for a new police station? Are you serious? Oh my God. So this is a very ripe police station that was looking to get more money. Oh, that's funny. I would not doubt that one bit. I'll make a copy of that tonight when I go off the VPN. All right, another day down. Going for tomorrow, Friday night, Freedom Friday, starting at 5 p.m. I know. It's been fun. It's been real, but it hasn't been real fun. Yeah, this is the thing I was telling you about. Jared and his brother Joshua Kushner and Trump stand to make another $15 billion on COVID testing. Oh, they're in it for the money. Donald wants to do it on hydroxychloroquine, his investment in a French firm. Jared has this other plan he's trying to bring Trump into. I'm serious. This thing is all being handled by a bunch of shill puppets who love money. And it's easy for trillionaires like the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers to buy these people off. Jack Posobiec has more information on the Attorney General. Okay. Antifa, the Anti-Fascist Handbook. You're kidding me. So this is the Attorney General of Minnesota? No kidding. Wow. See, the Attorney General of Minnesota is an Antifa member? Well, now this all makes sense. Thank you. And you Republicans stand behind your president as long as he supports you. But when he drops off and sucks into the COVID-19 BS like he did, they told me to shut it down, so I shut it down. When he doesn't prosecute the people like Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx, who obviously committed a felony when they ordered COVID-positive patients to go into the nursing homes, that federal order is going to be proof. Will put them in jail the rest of their lives. Purposely putting COVID-positive patients in with vulnerable people is illegal. It's a felony. So we're going to be able to prosecute Dr. Fauci, Dr. Birx, Bill Gates because of his intention here. And we're going to go all the way to the War Crimes Tribunal at The Hague. So if you really want to get behind this third party, I suggest you tell people about us as fast as you can, because we really need to get the word out in America. The world knows about us, but in America we've been censored pretty heavily. It's been going on for some time too. But I keep doing this because I know that my long-term vision, it will come true. Not many people have that long vision, that Hail Mary pass ability, but that's what I'm doing. And I believe it'll happen. I truly do. All right, thank you, everybody. Take care. Have a good evening. Get some sleep. You need these 6 hours of sleep to feel good. Otherwise, you'll start babbling like Joe Biden. Take care. Good night. America is ready for a change. A third party is the change we need. Accountability in government, term limits for Congress, media verification, and a fresh approach to fixing our environment. We need a new direction for our nation. Join us in the middle of the political spectrum for our nightly commentary and discussion at America's Third Party.